Yo. All right. Everything's good? Hey, everybody. I'm back. We're doing more Pokemon ranking. It's Gen 8 today. It's like it says on the tin, we're going through all of Sword and Shield's Pokedex, including the Hisuian forms from Pokemon Legends Arceus. Yeah. I was thinking that if we had time, and if I was feeling up to it, we could maybe do Gen 9 too, and just wrap this whole thing up, but we're gonna just see how my throat feels after doing a bunch of talking. So, let's get started. We're gonna start with Grookey. Grookey goes up in like, if I remember where it's at. There it is. List is very long now. I like Grookey. I like a lot of the starters for Gen 8. I thought they were really cute. I thought they were pretty cute when they were debuted. Not really much else to say about the first starters until we actually get to them. And moving on to Thwackey. Thwackey goes into neutral. I don't really care for his design. It's just the mid step between Grookey and Rillaboom. It's just he's like taller noodle Grookey. It's like a very low like to just neutral. I don't really think about Thwackey all that much. Hey, Winter. No, you're pretty much on time. It's like I just got started. And next is Rillaboom. Rillaboom goes up in like. It took me a while to warm up to Rillaboom. Where was it? It was right. Yeah. Rillaboom, I think, is a really nice design. Probably my favorite out of the Gen 8 final evolutions for the starters. I think they're really nice. The the Dynamax form for Rillaboom's really fun, with the drum kit and everything. It's pretty neat, pretty nice. I think my one thing that really bothers me about Rillaboom's official art, I guess, is the fact that they show them walking on their knuckles like this. Fun fact, gorillas don't actually have knuckles. They walk around on their wrists. Not that that really matters. I mean, these are Pokemon, not every real gorilla can play the drums. So it's why does it matter if it walks around on its knuckles or not? But just a little fun fact for you. Rillaboom should have had drum packs. That would have been really fun. Make him go full Donkey Kong. That'd be pretty sick. Scorbunny. Scorbunny is a like, but a very high like. Probably my favorite out of the starters. I know I picked Grookey because I liked Rillaboom, but I really like Scorbunny. Scorbunny's really cute. It has the Pikachu energy. It's not a Pikachu clone, but it's got the Pikachu energy where it's got the mascot kind of vibe to it. And I think it's really cute. Raboot gets a like. I like Raboot. I think it's a fun shift from Scorbunny. I like its little headband. The fact that it's got a turtleneck that's turned up around its mouth. I think it's a very nice design, and the fact that it's got little pockets on its fur. I think it's kind of nice. Cinderace. Hmm. Neutral. I think Cinderace is pretty cool. It's eh. I There are parts of its design I really like, but the thing that really bugs me is its arms and its hands have such weird proportions. How it's got carrot proportions for its arms. How it starts big at the shoulder and ends small at the hands. And the fact that its hands don't even have thumbs either. I really feel bad for all the bipedal Pokemon that don't have thumbs. It it's I it just makes me feel sad for it. Like you're making all these Pokemon like look humanoid. Just give them hands. Give them like actual hands. And also, I'm not a fan of the shape of its head. Something about it, the ears and like the hat, quote unquote, is, I don't know. It just doesn't do it for me. Yeah, its arms are super weird. Yeah, I don't like Cinderace proportionally. It doesn't do it for me. The way people like except not having hands is Gardevoir because of psychic powers. That's also true. That's true. Though I think it's got, I don't know. I guess I always thought that Gardevoir's hands were like two fingers and a thumb. So it's like at least it has a thumb. It doesn't have like 5 fingers, and like 5 fingers isn't necessary, but like give it a thumb. Because it's like, it's bipedal, it should be able to like grip and hold things. You know? Sobble. Sobble is I don't know. It's a like, but it's a low like. The chameleon idea is kind of cute. It cries. I like the little fin on its head. I think it's cute. But I don't really think of it too often. So it's a low like. And this is going to be kind of blasphemous. These two, we're just going to get it out of the way. I can't even remember this one's name. Drizzile. Yeah, Drizzile's neutral. Its design looks neat, but I never remember the design of Drizzile. I don't. I don't. And Inteleon, I don't know. Now I'm just asking myself, do I like Inteleon? I used to hate Inteleon, but as I've aged, it's come to be one of my favorite Pokemon. Yeah, I remember looking at it and going like, man, I don't like its design. I like the concept. The concept for Inteleon's like really cool. It's like a spy and it's a sniper. That's kind of cool. But just the proportions for it is really weird, and it's so funny. I talk about Cinderace being like, good, it's like humanoid, but its proportions are all weird. This one looks like too human, you know? It's like it leans too far in one camp for me to like really grip onto it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Just meh, just doesn't do it for me. It was my first concept for that Pokemon Hero shooter. Yeah, it would be a shoo-in for sure. Squovit. don't. Do I like Skwovet? I don't. I feel like that's like a bad question to like ask myself, where it's like, do I like this? Or at the very least, it's like that's not the prospects for this Pokemon ranking high is not good. Because I look at it and I'm like, yeah, that's a good squirrel. That's a decent like squirrel Pokemon. I think it feels like it, it ticks all the boxes. It's like, yep, that's a squirrel Pokemon. It serves its purpose in the game. Enough said. That's it. So I guess, I don't know, neutral. Same goes with Greedent. Greedent's really cute, and I like that when you face one in battle and you defeat it, it drops all the berries in its tail. It's like, oh, that's kind of cute. It's like it's a hoarder, so naturally it has everything stored on itself. So and when it, defeated battle, drops it. It's like, yeah, that's kind of cool. But I mean, yeah, it's a squirrel. That's it. It's just a squirrel. Rookidee. I like Rookidee. I have a soft spot for chickadees, which that's kind of what it's based on. I don't have, like, over here in the States, we don't have, like, I'm pretty sure we don't have this brand of chickadee. We have our own, like, species of chickadees. But I grew up with chickadees being around and listening to them sing, and I don't know, I think chickadees are kind of cute. So it's a good bird. It's a good bird Pokemon. One that I would hold in my hand and be like, oh, they're so cute. Pat, pat, pat. The next one was Corvisquire. Corvisquire's good. That's a good bird. Goes for the crow. The crow angle. Like, pretty good. Not bad for middle evolution. I like it. And Corviknight, which I think Corviknight was the first. This was one of the first Pokemon from Gen 8 that they revealed, right? Because I think it was it the starters first, and then it was like a batch of Gen 8 Pokemon, right? And I think, and Corviknight was one of them. Did I have that right? Corviknight was very early. Okay. Yeah, because I forget which ones they first showed off initially. It was very hyped. Yeah, because I remember people seeing Corviknight. I was pretty hyped about Corviknight too, because Corviknight was it's an armored crow. It's like, it's pretty freaking rad. So it's like, I remember the starters and everybody's being like, which one are you gonna pick? Who are you gonna pick? And then Corviknight being revealed, and everybody was like, oh, rad. Now we're getting into the a Pokemon I completely avoided. It's Blipbug. Oh, what do I feel about Blipbug? I think Blipbug's neutral. It's a cute little worm. He's got a little bow tie and big nerd glasses. I think it's kind of cute. I completely avoided this Pokemon because so Gen 8 was like the generation that introduced like wild Pokemon running around in the grass, like in the overworld, and you could just run into them and initiate battles yourself that way. And that was how I battled all the early Pokemon, was I just ran up to them when they spawned in the overworld and just ran up to them and initiated fights. I forgot that, like a normal Pokemon game, you could just run around in the grass and get random encounters. So I completely missed this Pokemon when I played initially. And then got late game and people were throwing out, what are they? Like Dottlers and Orbeetles. And I'm like, where the hell did these guys come from? And turns out, no, they were available in the first route. You just didn't run around in the grass to get random encounters. It's like, no. Well. Oops. So I don't think of them too highly. Yeah, Dottler is neutral, and I don't know. Same with Orbeetle. I I like ladybugs or ladybirds. I think they're really cool bugs. I really wish there was a ladybug Pokemon that like really tracked or followed the life cycle of ladybugs. I love Orbeetle. Of all the Gen 8 mons, but that could be British bias. That is true, because this is the Queen's Pokemon land. I wish there was a Pokemon that followed the life cycle of ladybugs a bit more closely, because I live in an area where it's like I can track the life cycles of ladybugs, because we have a robust population out here. And you know, I could walk outside, look down at the grass, and I could see the nymphs of ladybugs crawling around, and it's like, oh, it's ladybug season. It's like they're out and about now, and they have their own larva, pupa, and then adult forms like in nature. And I think it'd be really cool if we could actually do one based off of that. And I mean, this is about as close as we're gonna get. So, I don't know. Maybe if I played the game again and actually got one of these on my team, I would probably be a bit more endeared to it, because I think the idea is pretty cool. Because it's like, it's like a scientist, and it's like a Raydome in Dottler, and then it becomes like a UFO in the adult form. That's a cool concept. I love the idea, and it's also like the scientist vibes to go along with it. It's cool. I just didn't have one when I played through the game, and I think if I played through the game again, I might be more endeared to it. Yeah, even more UFO with the Gigantamax. Yeah. That becomes like Gygus invades Earth mothership type shit. It's great. It's such a cool concept. But I'm not endeared to it, and I'm like, this is neat, and then I move on. Nickit goes up in because unlike Bug, I found a Nickit and I had it on my team for like a little bit. But then it got outpaced by like some other Pokemon, and I was like, okay, buddy, you're gonna go to the bench, and then I'll figure something out with you later. And then I never did. But I think it's a very cute fox Pokemon, and the idea that's like it covers up its tracks with its tail. It's like, that's cute. It's definitely one that I would give lots of love and head pats and scritches to. I don't think Gen 8 did really bad with any of the early route mounds. No, I think they're really solid. I agree. The early route Pokemon are in this generation are really solid, because then you get Thievul, and goddamn, what a cool design. High not so much a favorite, but what a great design for a fox Pokemon. It gets that like the dashing rogue type of look with like the domino mask on its face. It's got like the maned wolf energy kind of a little bit. It's good. It's great design. Great design. Absolutely love it. Gossifleur. This one gets a neutral. I don't really care much for Gossifleur. I'm not a fan of its shapes. It just doesn't do it for me. It's got a weird shape. I would say the colors are weird too, but I don't know. The colors are like not a thing that bugs me all that much. But there's something about the flower up here with the hair, quote unquote, that comes down like this, and its body just being this pepper shape. Just it doesn't do it for me. Eldegoss though, this one gets a like. I like dandelions. Dandelions are cute. Anytime I see one in whichever form it's in, whether it's like to seed or not, I kind of like it. And this is a fun like realization of that idea, and I think it's really good. I'm not a fan of the name though. I know it's French, which is ironic because this is British, but I don't know, Eldegoss. I don't know. There's something about it that just doesn't sit right in my mouth when I say it or when I think it. So, and I know it probably stands for like, I don't know, it stands for something. I assume the Goss is like gossamer, like something that's really fine and like thin and light, which, you know, it's a like seed bearing plant that like spreads it through like the wind and stuff like that. So it's like, that makes sense. If something is like gossamer, then it's like, it's light, it can catch the breeze, and it can float through the air. That tracks. But I don't know, just, not a fan of the name. Love the design though. Love the design. Wooloo! I didn't have one on my team because for the life of me, I couldn't find one because I'm not. I guess maybe I just didn't look hard enough. I think it was also a thing where I just didn't poke around in the grass enough early on when I was playing it. But this one goes in my favorites. Every time I see Wooloo, I'm like, oh, it's the boy! There they are! What a great sheep Pokemon. Like, Mareep is a great sheep Pokemon, and it's like a good like Gen 2 sheep Pokemon, but this is also great sheep Pokemon. Both different takes of the same idea. But I love Wooloo. I would have one on my team if I actually had the wherewithal to poke around the grass some more. But it goes in my favorite. And it goes in my favorites even though I don't really have a personal soft spot for it. It's a good design. Maybe it would be actually, you know what? I'm changing my mind. It goes down into like, but it gets the high like that a lot of other Pokemon get. Where it's like, you're not exactly my favorite, but I love to see you when you show up. Double neutral. A good realization of the idea. It's a goat. You know, UK's got its goats. It tracks. But it's just not as cute as Wooloo, though. It's like, Wooloo, that's a high bar. It's like, how do you follow up Wooloo? And it's like, well, naturally you make it a goat. And, you know, it's all fine and good and everything, but I don't know. You're just not Wooloo. But that's okay. Choodle. Neutral. I love his dumb little face, though, and his dumb little baby tooth. Yeah, his head's, like, oddly shaped for his proportions, but, I mean, it's like, It's like, whatever. It doesn't make me go, ugh. It's like, he's just there. He's just there, living his life. And Dreadnought. Now I'm starting to remember. Dreadnought was also one of the ones that they teased early on, if I remember right. And I think it was also one of the Pokemon that got a Gigantamax form, like, right out of the gate. I think that was one of the ones they used as an example. But yeah, it's neutral. It's a good snapping turtle Pokemon. The fact that they do the same thing with this Pokemon that they do with like that one boss in Zelda, where it's like a snapping turtle that's got a long springy neck. I think that's a good idea. And it's a good design. It just doesn't do anything for me. Yeah, Gigantamax Dreadnought. Yeah, I think that it was one of the first. It was like Corviknight and Dreadnought were like one of the first two that they showed off. And they showed off Gigantamax Dreadnought. Yamper. Yamper goes in the like. He's a cutie. Yamper's a cutie. I forget what dog this is based off of. It's like a Boston Terrier or something like that, right? Because it's not a corgi, I don't think, because the face shape isn't right. But it's got the corgi spirit to it. I think it's supposed to be a corgi. Yeah, it definitely has the corgi energy. A mix of dogs, yeah, because it's got a corgi body with the ears, but its face is like a terrier of some kind. Like it's a little too snub nosed to be like a corgi. Excuse me. Whew. But it's good. It's a good bogey. But then you get Boltund, and Boltund goes up into my favorites because I had one on my team in Shield when I played, and dude was my ace. I needed an electric type. I initially thought of having a what's it called? Manectric. I was thinking about having a Manectric on my team and naming it Flash because of one of my OCs. But I had an Electrike and Boltund on my team, or not Boltund, Yamper on my team. I had them both, and the Yamper I was like, they were like in competition, quote unquote, with each other, and I was like seeing who was like gonna measure up the most and like who's pulling their weight the most when I send them out in the battle. And unfortunately for the Electrike that I had, he got outclassed by my Yamper. And then he evolved into Boltund, and then it was like, well, I guess, sorry, bro, you're out. And I named my Boltund Flash, and he became my Flash. Even though, like, if Manectric is like closer to the Flash in my like comic OC stuff, this is my dog. And it's like he's gonna be on my team, and on my team he stayed. He did not get replaced like at all throughout the course of the adventure. I did bring in other electric types, but they were like there for coverage for different battles. But yeah, Flash stayed, and I love my Boltund. Certified good boy. And I think, if I remember right, he had strong, he had like he had Strong Jaw as his ability, and I taught him Thunder Fang, and I think that really helped with his utility as well, because he had that huge boon to one of his electric type attacks, and his attack stat I think was pretty high too. So bro had utility, and he had like the stats to back it up, so he stayed on my team. Roly-Coly gets a like. It's like he's kind of, it's a rock, you know, on a wheel, and he's kind of generic, but I like him. I think it's kind of cute. And I also like the name Roly-Coly. Rolls off the tongue very well. It suits what it is. It's a lump of coal. He rolls. Perfect. 10 out of 10, no notes. It's a good rock. Carkol, neutral. I don't know what this one just doesn't do it for me. I think it's the face. It's the face. It doesn't do it for me. His eyes are like peeled back into triangles for some reason, and the sneer, I don't know. It doesn't do it for me. It's kind of clever that they managed to work like this idea into like a Pokemon, but it doesn't do it for me. And the same goes for Colossal. I don't know. It just doesn't do it for me. I do love the effect of the glowing culls in the Pokemon, and it being like a forge and stuff. It's a great idea. It's just an execution. It just doesn't do it for me. So sorry guys. I still think Roly-Coly is really cute though. we get to the boy Applin. Applin goes all the way up to my favorites because it's so freaking cute. It's a worm in an apple, but it's a worm, not WORM, but a worm, WYRM. How cute is that? And the apple has like dragon fangs on it. adorable. I love Applin. Yeah, we love Applin and his Evos. Yeah. Applin's the best. Flapple. Flapple gets a like. Yeah, a like. It's a high like. Stiff competition with the Applin evolutions. Because we're going to get to them in a minute. But, you know, compared to the other Evos, Flapple's just, it's kind of there. I like the idea, though, where, you know, it takes the apple bits and it can fold it up to become an apple shape, but then, like, opens up and it can fly with them. It's a cute idea. It's a good evolution of the concept, but it pales in comparison to the greatest creation in God's Pokemon world. Appletun goes all the way up to my favorites. I would make a tier just for Appletun, but these tiers are already like stupid big. But Appletun is in a league of their own. What a perfectly designed friend. Just period. Little rotund body. It's got that dopey like mouth expression. Its eyes are like on its like little ear flaps. It's perfect. And the idea that it's like, oh, this Pokemon is just one that hung around. Kids would like eat the scales on the top like a snack because it tastes so sticky and sweet. It's perfectly friend-shaped. And when you see it in action, it like just dopily walks around on all four legs. And it's, you just sit there and hands pressed against cheeks going, oh, you're trying so hard. You're doing so well. Keep it up. You're going to make it. I believe in you, friend. It's so perfect. And this Pokemon was the one that convinced me to get Shield, because initially I was going to sit it out because I was like, nah, I haven't really been feeling the Pokemon spirit as of late. I don't think I'll get it. And I was like flipping through the Pokedex, looking at all the Pokemon, and this one showed up, and I was like, fuck me, I'm going to have to get Sword and Shield, aren't I? Fuck. And the game I did buy, and Appletun I did get. And I went out of my way to make sure that the Appletun that I got had a really good ability. It was Ripen, and I gave it Leftovers, and she became my tank. Because, you know, because I think Leftovers counts as like a berry within like the game code or something like that. So it heals like more than what it would usually do on a normal like Pokemon. You know, normal Pokemon quotes. And she would like I said, she was a tank. She took hits and she would dish out damage. And I loved her. I named her Dumplin'. And I love Dumplin'. She's the best. And also, just as a side note, love this Pokemon so much. When they announced the life-size plush for Appletun, when it released in Japan, I bought it and had it imported because this is like one of the ones where I was like, for sure I would get merch of this Pokemon because I love it so much. There are some things that I like where I'm like, I don't need merch of this thing. It's like I like the content or the thing of this media that just by itself, I don't need other stuff for it. This is like one of the few things where I was like, I need like stuff that's related to it. Like now. And when they were like, here's a life-size plush of it, I was like, done. I don't care how expensive it is, just give it to me. I want it. So I love you, Appletun. You're one of my favorites. And even though I'm gonna wrap, we'll move on here in a minute. Even though I'm going through this whole tier list, and as you can see, I have so many favorites amongst the Pokemon. I have so many of them that I like, and you know, at worst, I'm neutral towards. Whenever somebody asks me, what's your favorite Pokemon, this is always my default answer, is I just say it's Appletun. Which I think says a lot for this Pokemon's design. It's always, it's instantaneous. That one's one of my favorites. So, love you, Appletun. Kiss, kiss, pat, pat. We're going to move on to the next one. Ah, here we go. Another one that goes right into the neutral zone. Silicobra. It's a sand snake that's got kind of a fucked up head. Eh. It doesn't hit the same like Seviper did. And I'm cool with snakes. I think snakes are cool. This one didn't do it for me. And honestly, I feel kind of bad for a lot of the snake Pokemon. Because I think of like Arbok. And it's Arbok has the Cobra hood, because that's what it is. It's a Cobra. The thing about Cobras, though, is the hoods on Cobras can fold back. They're not like out all the time. It's like they can fold that back. But Arbok can't do that. Every time Arbok is like in something or in the anime or like the manga, its hood is always out. And it's like, what a tortured existence that must be, that you just have these like flaps that you can't retract. It's like you have to crawl around in the dirt and shit. How can you do that if your hood is constantly out? It's like, it just makes me feel bad for it. And then I look at Silicobra and I'm like, this poor thing's got a hump. And it can't like crawl in like this section of its body. How tortured must that be? It's like you have almost like so little real estate to actually just crawl around on the ground. You have this like awkward hump on you. It just makes me feel sad for it. I just feel bad. And Sandaconda. I don't like its shape. I like the idea that it can like shoot sand out of its nose. That's kind of tight. But I just am like, eh. And the fact that its Gigantamax form is it's like a Dust Devil sand tornado. It's like, yeah, that's kind of neat. But, eh. Aye. Cramorant. This is water flying. It's based off of Cormorant, which is a bird that turns orange. Or at least, in shiny form it's orange, and that's based off the whole thing where it's like a cormorant got stuck in like a shrimp boat or something like that, and it turned orange. Or was carrots? I don't know. I forget the whole story, but that's why it's shiny is like orange. I think it'd be neutral. I kind of went through this thinking that I would have more likes than just neutrals. Because Gen 8, I remember, because when I think of Gen 8, I think fondly of all the Pokemon that I've seen in it. And remember liking a lot of them. When I actually like really think about how I feel about them, is just what I feel. Like, there are some winners. And I mean, I went on a whole thing about Appleton. It's like there are some of them that I'm like really attached to. But a lot of these I'm just like, yeah, it's kind of there. And it's kind of cute. I like the idea. Yeah, because then he has these other forms where it's like, you use the move Dive, and when he comes out, he'll have a fish or Pikachu in his mouth. And if he gets hit by it, he spits it out. And that's, it's Gulp Missile? Yeah, Gulp Missile. And if it's Pikachu, that Gulp Missile has like an electric effect to it. I think that's kind of neat. That's kind of it's a fun idea. Really should have put those in there. I don't think they count, really. But I think it's kind of neat. And yeah, as you can see, I sorted through everything. God damn, Alchemy has so many fucking forms. My god. Arrokuda. Arrokuda gets a like. Mainly just on the fact that I had one on my team early on, and I used it for the fire gym because I needed water type coverage. And I was like, I just need to find a water type. Went fishing in that one water town where Nessa's gym is. And I caught one of these and I was like, "You'll do. Welcome aboard, friend." And I just had him on my team. Airoscuda, same deal. It's just, I like you. You were on my team. I don't even think I named my Airoscuda, Barrascuda. I don't know if I even named these two when I had them on my team. Because I think I used them like once and then like I 86'd them. Toxel. Okay, now we're getting into another one. I like Toxel. Toxel goes into my favorites. I think you get an egg for this at some point in the game, and I was looking forward to it because I knew what Toxel evolved into, and I was like, hell yeah, brother, give me the boys. And we'll just say it right now. I'm gonna put both of them in my favorites, but between the two, I like amped form Toxtricity. Boop. That one is my favorite form. I had Toxtricity on my team for a little bit, mainly so that way I could deal with the Fairy Gem. Because I didn't have any steel types. And I was like, shit, I need something that can actually fight with fairies. And I was like, hey, I have this Toxel with me. Can I just use that? And I was like, yeah, sure. So I trained him up and had him on my team. And yeah, you get a free Toxel egg. Yeah, because I think that's is that the breeding center? I forget who gives it to you. Yeah, the breeding center. Okay. Yeah, because I remember the egg from there, and that's also the area where you can get Applins. You go like south from there, and there's like a little, like a ravine almost that has like a pond down there with a campsite, and Applins are running around down there. Because I remember hunting in that area to find an Applin with the ripen ability, so that way I could, strategize and whatnot. But yeah, I had Toxtricity on my team for the Fairy type gym, and I named him Toxtricity instead of just Toxtricity, because I initially thought his name was Toxtricity, but it's just Toxtricity. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna give you a nickname, and I'm gonna stick this I right in the dead center of your name, so I can call you like Toxtricity or Toxie. But yeah, he was on my bench, and I'd bring him in every once in a while if I needed it, or I'd bring him out just to have him in the camp sometimes. Love these two, and I love the idea that this generation sort of started the idea of like very fun and unique type combinations, like, because this is the generation, well, this wasn't the first one, but this one reinforced Firebug with the Sizzlipede and Centiskorch, and then these guys are like Electric Poison. What a fun type combo. And it's like it's so good. I love that idea, and I love how wild and crazy they get with the type combos going forward. And speaking of which, Sizzlipede gets a like. I love the idea of making just a centipede that's like a hot compress, pretty much. It's a very neat idea, and I had one on my team for a little bit, mainly because I wanted to get Centiskorch, which is another great bug type. I love its design. The Gigantamax form is very fun. It basically becomes a heating element in like a heater or an oven. What a great idea. It's so good. and it gets a little like a little pat on the head from me. That's right. Clobbopus. Clobbopus goes up into my favorites. I have a soft spot for octopi. I think they're very cute. And what a cute little octopus Pokemon. It's like a little baby with like boxing glove tentacles. It's like, oh, that's cute. This was one that I wanted on my team for fighting type coverage because I had Octillery way back in the day, and Octillery has a place in my heart. I love Octillery so, and the fact that they were like, we're making another octopus. Here's Clobbopus, and I'm like, yay! I want to have an octopus on my team again. That'd be so fun. And then I saw its evolution, Grapploct. Had Grapploct on my team for a bit, but I didn't really like the vibe it was going for, you know, when it came to, yes, I'm still watching, when it came to, like the utility I kind of wanted out of a fighting type. So I was like, sorry, bro, you mean well, I love you, but I'm gonna have to bench you. You're still gonna get like second stringer status, in case I need you, but you're not doing it for me because he's a grappler and he's kind of slow as a Pokemon, and I'm like, I need somebody that moves a little bit faster. Because my play style is, at least for like this game, maybe it was just what I wanted out of my fighting type, was I wanted somebody who goes in fast and hits hard. And I think when I think back to my team, I had a lot of tanks on my team, and a lot of tanks or a lot of special hitters, and I didn't have somebody who could just be like a fighter for in like D&D parlance, where it's like you just have somebody who can fight and take hits and can move at least decently fast. And, you know, Grapploct just wasn't doing it. So I swapped him out for the Gallade in my team, because I knew you could get Gallade in this game. And I was like, that'd be a perfect fit. It's like, that's a Pokemon that can move pretty quick and would have a good attack stat. And also has like a high crit chance, which is a thing that you could min-max for. So I was like, okay, I'll go for that instead. So Grapploct, I love you. You're a good Pokemon design, but just didn't quite pull through for me. But a side tangent real quick. I love that Gallade. I named him Caliburn because he has swords and everything. I think I mentioned this before, but I'm going to talk about it again. He had Leaf Blade, Slash, Psycho Cut, and I think it was Low Sweep or Brick Break, because there wasn't a fighting type move that I could give him. You mentioned Caliburn surprisingly often. Well, I guess if I'm consistent with one thing, it's bringing up Caliburn, my Gallade. And because he was the one who I like loved on the most. Not even like out of all my Pokemon, but I gave him so much love in like the camping minigame and stuff, that he had a high crit rate because he loved him. I loved him so much. And then I gave him the scope lens, and I was like, here you go, bro, go nuts. Every attack that he did, regardless of whether or not the move had a high crit rate chance, scored crits every single time. Even like Low Sweep or Brick Break or whatever I gave him, because I think it was Low Sweep at first, and then I found Brick Break and then gave it to him. Every move did crits, and he could sweep whole teams. And I was like, I have to like rein you back in, because if I don't, you could sweep every team that I threw you against. And it's like, everybody else needs a fair shot too, because they need like engagement, you know, otherwise they're gonna get bored because you're just out here cutting people down left, right, and sideways. So I don't know. I love Caliburn. He's so good. And I don't know. He also had like personality that came through just from the game in general. Like there was I posted this on Twitter back when you could actually share things on Twitter from your Switch. I booted up the camp, and I had him on my team, and he started running around the camp, and he ran over to my Snom, or no, it was my Frostmoth at the time, and he just ran up to Frostmoth and just started running circles around Frostmoth, and did like 8 or 9 laps before he just bolted in the other direction and went to the other side of the camp. And I could not stop laughing, because I was like, oh, it cemented him in my mind as like the energetic kid that just has a ton of energy to burn and just loves being super active. It was very cute. Anyways, Sinistea. Sinistea gets a like. It's down here. It's haunted tea in a cup. And I love the idea that this Pokemon has 2 forms, and the only way you can tell the difference is if one of them has the official branding on the bottom of the cup. So funny. And the fact that it carries over into Poltegeist is... It's so funny. And I love the idea that it's haunted tea. The name pun alone gets me. It's so good. And the fact that it's British tea, it's very fitting. So it gets a like. Now I'm thinking about my team again, because I remembered, I was thinking about who covered what, now that I'm thinking about it. I forget who was on my team in Shield. I had Appleton. I had Dumpling. Dracovish. Little Ember was my fire coverage, and that was an Arcanine. I had Caliburn. And then I had my Frostmoth, which I forget if I nicknamed her or not. Or him, I forget. Who was the 6th Pokemon? I forget who my 6th was. I'm gonna have to look that up. I'll look that up later. Hatenna. Neutral. It's cute. I forget who I had for psychic coverage at this point. Because I remember seeing this line and going, oh, that's cute. They have like a Ralts, like Curly a Gardevoir line. That's cool. It's like I could use a good Pokemon like that on my team. That'd be pretty nice. And then I had somebody else do coverage for that, and by the time it came around to like finding a Pokemon that could do that, or finding when I could actually find Hatenna, it's like I already had that covered, so I was like, I don't need you. So I didn't bother. I think the design's really cool though. I don't know. I'm still just kind of neutral on them. I do love the idea of this Pokemon becoming a Rapunzel's Tower in the Gigantamax form. That's a really neat idea. I think it's pretty tight. But yeah, that's about it. I feel like this is another one of those cases where it would probably move up a slot if I had it on my team when I played. And if I went through and played through again and had it on my team, then it would probably change its ranking. Because at this point, I'm kind of indifferent to it. And not even for the fact that I just like it. I don't have any attachment to it. Impidimp. Impidimp gets a like. Just a solid a solid, scrungly little guy. Just what a... Yeah, just a scrungly little Pokemon. Same goes for the... Yeah, Morgrim. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Neutral. And I think the same goes for Grimmsnarl, I think. I like the concept behind the Pogies. And the fact that his Gigantamax form basically turns him into a Titan from like Attack on Titan. Very like muscly sinew, but it's like hair. Kind of messed up, but it's really cool. I didn't have one of these two on my team. I think the only reason why I had one on my team at all was I wanted the Pokedex entries. So I had him on my team. And I think, I don't know, I'm not really a fan of Grimmsnarl's face. Something about the abundance of like triangles and stuff in it just doesn't, just kind of makes me go, ugh. Because I think Impidimp is very Moomin coded to me, and I think that's why I kind of have a soft spot for it. It like screams a Moomin character. Like I can easily picture it in my mind's eye being in the old 90s Moomin show as like a character, and it would like fit perfectly because it has just the right amount of traits that make it fun to look at, I guess. But like these two, I'm like, nah, whatever. Obstagoon. Obstagoon goes into the likes. What a great Pokemon design. You give it a hard rocker, like it looks like Kiss, like the band members from Kiss. It's perfect. So glam rock. And the fact that it's like it stems from the Zigzagoon line, just chef's kiss. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the generation that gave us like new evolutions to like pre-established lines. Right? Because I can't remember if Gen 7 did it or not, where they have like an evolution line. But actually no, would that go as far back as Gen 2? Because Gen 2 has the Poliwhirl line, and it had Politoed added to it. So I guess it isn't that new of a concept. I guess this one just feels different because this is a regional variant that gets a third evolution. Because you have normal Zigzagoon and Galarian Zigzagoon. And Galarian Zigzagoon is the only one that can like go all the way to Obstagoon. Whereas a regular Zigzagoon just goes to Linoon and that's it. It stops there. So I guess that's why this one feels so different. Yeah, so it would be regional variants getting unique evolutions. And this is the one that starts it, I believe. Because Alolan Meowth becomes Alolan Persian instead of just a new species altogether. And Pikachu becomes Alolan Raichu. Just through happenstance. So I think I don't know. I like the idea of regional variants getting unique evolutions. Because after that, You have Berserker, and Berserker goes with Obstagoon in the like category. It's a Viking cat. I think that's a fun idea. And I think, now that I think about it, I probably could have gotten Galarian Meowth and evolved it into Berserker, and that would have helped me against the Fairy type gym. But I didn't think of that at the time. Because also, I think I played through a lot of Swish blind, I think. I only looked up guides if it was something I really wanted to work towards. Anything else, I sort of just like stumbled around and just tried to find out on my own. So maybe it just wasn't on my, I think it was because it wasn't on my radar that I didn't bother to see if you could how you evolved Galarian Meowth. And I think it's just through level, I'm pretty sure. So I probably could have gotten it, but I didn't think about it. I still like Berserker though. It's a good Pogie. Seal of approval. Yeah, here's another one. It was Cursula. Yeah, because that's another one. Because there was, Galarian Corsola, which is, that's really sad. It's really sad. Environmentalism is important, guys. We need to take care of the earth. And the fact that it evolves into, it dies and becomes a ghost is kind of sad. So, just the concept idea, though, is really cool. It's sad and scary, but it's really cool. I think Cursula is a neat idea. Yeah, and it's just straight up a ghost type. I can't remember if Galarian Corsola is it a water type? Does it have the water typing? I can't remember if it does. Or if it's like water ghost. And then it just becomes a ghost type. I can't remember. Ooh, Sirfetch'd. There's another one that gets goes in the likes. I just realized that they also had all the regional evolutions just here in a line. I didn't realize that. Okay, but Corsola and its Evo were pure ghost. Okay. So Galarian Corsola is just a ghost type. Okay. Gotcha. Alright. But yeah, Sirfetch'd. Great design. Great take on the Pokemon. And I don't know if I even mentioned it, but I really do like Galarian Farfetch'd. Just being this really harsh bully that just whoops on people. And the fact you have to get it's 3 critical hits in a battle and then level it up in the same battle, I think. I think that's how you get it to level up. Because I know it's there's something to do with 3 critical hits, but I don't know if it's you score 3 critical hits in a battle and then level it up at some point and then it'll evolve, or if you have to do all of it in the same battle. I remember Joe Cat making a video about it because his whole thing about he loves sword and shield combos. So, Sirfetch'd, it's more of a lance instead of a sword, but it's close enough, right? He made a video about how to evolve Galarian Farfetch'd into Sirfetch'd. And he did it in the Joe Crap guide style. Well, which is it was funny. I hope that video is still up. It's a good video. Look it up. It's great. And speaking of, I should really go back and watch some of the crap guides. because that was my introduction to Joe Cat. Probably like a lot of people was the crap guides. But instead of the Monster Hunter ones, I came in late and I watched the D&D crap guides, which were my favorite because I like D&D. Mr. Rhyme. Mr. Rhyme, as opposed to Galarian Mr. Mime, whom I hate, Mr. Rhyme goes up into the like category. I like Mr. Rhyme, and I think, and it's good. It's got two faces on it. It's got a weird look. It maintains the dancer type of motif that they were going for, and I think it just looks nicer, which is why I put up with Galarian Mr. Mime, because I'm like, I'm just gonna level you up. We're gonna speed through this really quick, and we're just gonna get to Mr. Rhyme. Just, it gets better. It gets better. Just hold out for me, okay? Yeah, I like his little mustache. I love his animations. I think they're really great. Yeah. Good evolution. I like Mr. Rhyme. This is, oh god, Runerigus? Runerigus? Galarian Yamask's evolution, who also had a very absurd evolution requirement. I think it's cool. Much like the normal form, I think is really good. And the fact that it's based off of like the old rune stones from like the Celtic days of yore is really neat. I think it's a great implementation of a Pokemon design, and it's really cool. So yeah, enough said. Moving on. Alchemy. Alchemy goes out to my likes. That's neutral. I like Alchemy as a Pokemon idea. I think it's a fun, interesting take. Evolving it is really fun, where it's like how you churn butter in order to get the cream. It's perfect. And I like the animation. This scores brownie points for me. The animation that it has when it's idling. Some people call that an idle animation. Oh, I totally didn't forget that term. The little droplet in like the splash around its head, it goes in one direction and it spits up the little drop, then it plops it back down, and then the one next to it does it, and it does it in a circle. I think that's really neat. It's like you could have just done it at random or whatever, but the fact that it's like in a circle, I think it's kind of neat. And the one that I had to filter all the things out for. Oh wait, no, this isn't. No, it's Milcery. Milcery is this one. Alchemy is this one. I got their names wrong. I like Alchemy. I think it's a cute design, and I think and again, it's such a nice idea. You spin around in a circle for a little bit, it evolves, and it becomes the cream, and it looks like a little dessert. And its Gigantamax form, it turns into a cake. Perfect. It's one of those things where I'm just like, yeah, you took the idea and you ran with it, and that's what you get. Perfect. I think Milcery's getting demoted. Sorry. I'm neutral. There are some things I like about you, but I think of Alchemy more. And the fact that it's a cute Pokemon. Like, yeah, I like it. This one, I'm neutral. Phalanx. You know what? Ooh, okay. It goes in my likes, but it's a high like. I like Phalanx. It's one of the like many Pokemon as one that I'm really attached to. It has a fun design. It's, a nod to like shield formations in Warfare. It's great. It has the Mega Evolve form recently that came out in ZA, which I think has endeared it to me more. Yeah, it's a cute design. I like Phalanx. I think it was one that I also wanted to have on my team, but it didn't have the move pool that I wanted for a fighting type, so it sat on the bench. But I kept one because I wanted it. Pincurchin. This one goes into my likes. I like Pincurchin. I think it's a sea urchin. It's cute. It has enough little potential in it to be a like. It's a sea creature, and I have a soft spot for sea creatures. I love my critters from the sea, so deserves a spot. And funny enough, it's paired up next to a Pokemon with like the exact same face shape as it. Snom. Snom goes all the way up to my favorites. One of just the most perfect Pokemon designs. You make a worm and you give it this little like butt face, and you have a absolute winner of a design. Could not get any better than that. I love me some Snom. I'm a little bummed that the Snom line doesn't have a pupa form anywhere in there. It does bum me out just a little bit. But the result, Frostmoth, is well worth it though. I love Frostmoth. Bug Ice type, a combination of types that could easily get it like wiped out in battle, but I don't care. That is a cool Pokemon design. Thin gossamer wings, the cool like antenna floating behind it. Great design. And I'm a sucker for bugs. I like bugs. And the fact that you give me one with ice type coverage, cool. I love it. Yeah, I can't get my Frostlass in the game, so I'm like, all right, I'm not gonna settle for Frostmoth because I probably just get it anyways. But I mean, I like the alternative though. I adore Frostmoth. My two favorite types in one moth. Yeah, Frostmoth's cool. Absolute winner of a design for me. Just gonna scroll back down. Stonejourner. This one gets a neutral because I could not find it. I like its design. It's a neat concept. Stonehenge, cool, awesome. It's like we're in England. That's where Stonehenge is. Awesome. It's hard to get this thing in your party when it's like you have to camp out and then hopefully it shows up. Yeah. Yeah, and I just don't have anything else to say about it. I was like, yeah, it's Stonehenge as a Pokemon. I like the name. I think it's kind of cool, but yeah. That's all I got to say about that. Oh boy. Okay. Eiscue. I don't know where I'm gonna. I think I might just put this in neutral. I'm gonna put it in neutral. Both forms. This thing is just such a nothing burger. I do not care about this Pokemon at all. It's like, I dare say this design fucking sucks. I just don't care about a penguin with an ice cube for a head. And I remember I was on Tumblr. Was this last night? 2 nights ago? And somebody had a post about this Pokemon, and they're like, this Pokemon design sucks. This is this Yu-Gi-Oh ass, penguin card ass Pokemon. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? You're right. This thing looks like a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh monster. I don't think this is a Pokemon. Like, at all. I don't unlike a lot of the Pokemon that are down here in my dislikes, I don't look at this thing and just go, ugh. It looks fine to me. But at the same time, I'm like, this thing just does absolutely nothing for me. I like Ice Cube because he's a silly little guy. Yeah. Yeah, he does have silly little guy energy. But I just... I don't like it. I just don't. It does absolutely nothing for me. But it's not enough to hate it because it's like, I don't know. Some part of me is just like, I don't mind looking at it. It doesn't make me go ugh when I look at it like some of the other ones down here. I just go, this would be in like the parabola of ratings. It's like, it's not high up on either side, positive or negative. It's just down dead center in the middle, where I just look at it and go, this does nothing for me. Is this nothing? Not a thing. Indeed. And then on the opposite side of that, we have Indeedee. I believe the differences are in gender. It's male and female, which I think, because I know I disqualified gender differences in this one, where it's like I acknowledge gender differences if they're like big differences, and whether or not I pick one or the other. Male Indeedee gets a like. I like it. It's a little psychic butler guy. He's got little croissants on his head, which I think is kind of cute. Doesn't fit because that's French, but whatever. But female Indeedee is like got a little maid dress and all that. It goes up to my favorites because it's cute. Little maid Indeedee is really cute, and I also had one on my team. In Shield, I caught her very late game, and it was part of a Dynamax raid, and I caught it. I think it was the first time I saw it too. I was like, oh, that's really cute. It's like, Indeedee's really cute. And I named her, what did I name her? I think I named her Marnie. It was Marnie or Marie. I can't remember which. I think it was Marnie. But I had her on my team for a little bit. And yeah, she's really cute. She was my second stringer psychic type for a good while. The psychic types I had, I think, were her, Lunatone, and Caliburn. Again, because he was psychic fighting, so he could cover both. But those three were like the psychic types that I would switch between. Morpeko. I don't know where I'm gonna put Morpeko. I'm thinking neutral. And a hangry version as well. I like the idea. Same deal with all the other ones, where I'm like, you know, if I played through the game again and I knew where to find Morpeko, it would probably rank a little higher. Because I played through the game and I just didn't know where to find Morpeko. And I think my team was also pretty solidified by that point. So I didn't bother to like go out of my way to find Morpeko. So sorry, guy, you're kind of neutral in my book. It would probably, again, change if I had one on my team and I was endeared to it a bit more. But I think this is also sort of where the Pikachu clone thing kind of wore off on me. Because I liked Emolga. Togedemaru I thought was pretty cute. But I think Togedemaru was a little bit of a stretch for me. Because it compared to What was did Gen 6 have a Pikachu clone? I forget if Gen 6 had a Pikachu clone. Huh. I'm racking my brain here, and I can't remember if it did or not. But it was like right at Togedemaru was kind of where I was on the downhill slope of like, okay, I know people were kind of burnt out on the Pikachu clone thing, and I was still riding strong with it. But at that point, I was like, okay, now it's starting to get a little tired. Yeah, see, there's Togedemaru. Oh, it was Dedenne. Oh, I completely forgot about Dedenne. Maybe it was even at that point where I just sort of fell off. Yeah, because Emolga was Gen 5, and I liked Emolga. Emolga was really cute. Yeah, and then it was Dedenne, and I was like, okay, it's like a mouse, like an actual like mouse hamster thing. And then Togedemaru was like, okay, now you're just kind of pushing it. And then it was like a gerbil or a guinea pig. It's like, okay. Yeah, whatever. So, meh. Cufant. Neutral. It's an elephant. It's made of copper. It's cute. Same goes for Copperaja. It's a copper elephant. And it tracks. It's like England and India, they got like a thing, because of history and all that. Makes sense. But, I don't think too highly of the fans between these two. Just they don't do it for me. I think the Gigantamax idea is pretty cool for Copperaja. It just becomes a giant wall bulldozer thing. That's pretty tight. Ooh, now we're getting into some of my favorites again. We have Dracozolt. This one goes into my likes. It doesn't rank any higher because out of all the fossil Pokemon, this one's like the least favorite of mine. Because whenever I look at this Pokemon, I just think it's little dinosaur tacked on big dinosaur butt, and it's just all I can think is it's got too much junk in the trunk. It ate too many Krabby Patties and it went to its hips. That's all I can think about. And when it comes to the idea of making a fucked up dinosaur, it's kind of basic, I like the typing. Electric Dragon, that's a very odd type combo. It's very unique. I think that's pretty cool. It's good type coverage. It has Hustle, which is a very shitty ability. And every time that I tried to get this thing, it would always give me Hustle, and it wouldn't give me Volt Absorb, which I wanted, because why the fuck would you sacrifice like attack power for accuracy? It's like, why? It's like I don't care if I can hit harder. If I'm missing my attacks, then it's like, no, I'm not doing that. And I'm not going to waste an item slot giving him glasses so we can fucking see. No. Absolutely not. But, I don't know. It's a fucked up dinosaur. I think he's neat. I like him. But that's about it. But compared to his companion here, Arctozolt, this is a fucked up guy. And this fucked up guy goes all the way up into my favorites. Just what a tortured soul that yearns for death. This poor creature should not be alive, and yet it is. And I absolutely adore it. Its Pokedex entry is like, this creature is cold and it's shivering. It's tired. It begs for death, and it generates electricity because it shivers. It can't walk right. It has a horrible time. And I'm like, perfect. 10 out of 10 monster. You make a fucked up creature, and I can't even, it's just perfect. I have nothing else to say. It's just, what a perfect idea for a fossil Pokemon. Like, you mix and match monsters, and they just become fucked up things that just should not be alive and are having a miserable time. And this is the thing. It's like, whichever one that I talked about, where it was like, this is a Pokemon that like craves death, and it's like gross and whatever, and it makes me go ugh, and not in a good way. This is the one that makes me kind of go ugh, but in like a fun way, because it's, you made a fucked up creature, but it looks fantastic. There's just something about making just a tortured animal like this, and it just is like, no, it's perfect. You did like fucked up creature in like the right way. You know what I mean? It's kind of morbid to talk about it like this, but I mean, this was their intention with these designs. Yeah, you get me. You get me. It's like their intention was to make a Pokemon that's like, yeah, you fucked around with science and you made something that is having a terrible time. And it's like, yeah, you succeeded. But it makes such a unique and creative creature that I can't fault it. It's like, it's perfect. What else do you want me to say? And Arctozolt is just, that one's one of my absolute favorites. But they're tied with the other two, because if I can actually scroll down, you get Dracovish and Arctovish. First of all, you base the fish fossil off of Dunkleosteus or Dunkleosteus. I can't remember how you pronounce it. One of my favorite prehistoric creatures of all time. You base it off of that. And then what do you do with a fish head with these fossils? What do you do with the dragon? Do you just stick it on where like where the spine would connect for like the head, like you do with the Zolt in Dracozolt? No, you take the fish head and you stick it on the tail and you turn it into this fucked up T-Rex looking thing. Brilliant. Inspired even. I look at this thing and I'm like, this is a friend. I don't care if the Dex is like, this thing can't breathe. It's having a hard time. Put it out of its misery. I'm like, no, man, this thing's taking me all the way to the big leagues. And, yeah, what a... I cannot sing its praises enough. It's... so good. This was another one of the Pokemon. Between these two right here, these were the ones that convinced me to pick up Shield. Because nobody would think to do something like this. And they did. And I thank them for it. Because it gave me one of my favorite Pokemon designs, period. And one of the heavy hitting sweepers on my team. I had him, he had the Strong Jaw ability, he had Vicious Rend. Dude swept through teams. He was so good. I love my Draco. Good boy, pat. And then, don't really have much else to add on to that. With Arctovish, same deal. You just make like a messed up creature, and not only that, but it's like you stick the fish head on there, and it's like, no, that's too normal. What if I just turn the fish head around a little bit and then plop it on top? Put its mouth where its head, like on the top of its head. Perfect. Great. Wonderful. And it creates this really interesting face shape with the head shield. And because the markings on the top look like a face, you look at it and assume, oh yeah, this looks like a face. That's kind of face looking, and it's got a shield face. That's kind of neat. But then you're like, oh, its head, its mouth is up here. Oh no. And it's another one where it's like, this Pokemon's having a bad time. It has trouble breathing. and it can't catch its prey because its mouth is on top of its head. What was creation thinking? And it's, I don't know, it's perfect. I love these three little freaks. They're my babies, they're my boys, and I'd do anything for them. Though, I would love to see the actual versions of these Pokemon, because the Draco fossil, whatever, it's probably like a Stegosaurus or something like that. I'm indifferent to that, but I would love to have an Archaeopteryx Pokemon, a Dunkleosteus Pokemon, and like a Plesiosaur Pokemon. Just those three by themselves would be awesome, and I would love to see these Pokemon in their completed form. If we even ever get that, I don't know if we will, but I pray to the Poke Gods that one day we actually get to see these Pokemon in their complete forms, because these designs, like the individual parts, like have really good design aspects to them, and I'd love to see them complete at some point. But as they are, they're my babies, my boys. I love them. Next, Duraludon. Duraludon gets a like. I like the design inspos for Duraludon. Skyscraper Pokemon. Looks like a Bic lighter. Perfect. Steel Dragon type. Unique type combo. It's great. I got really nothing else to add here. I'm going to scroll down my list of names here. Well, I do remember a lot of the names for some of these Pogies. I don't remember all of them. Dreepy. Dreepy goes into... it goes into my likes. It's a high like. Not enough to be a favorite, but enough to be a like. Again, shout outs to the design being a prehistoric creature of some sort. Because it's based off of an ancient, it's like a prehistoric salamander of some kind with like a boomerang shaped head. I love my fucked up dinos. Yeah, me too. But it's based off of that like salamander with the boomerang head, and the fact that they make it like a ghost, where it's like, oh, it's like the ghost of this species of Pokemon that like haunts the lands that it used to live in. That's a very cool concept. And yeah, I always get down with prehistoric creatures as Pokemon, and it's a good idea. Dracloak, it's a mid stage. I'm neutral to Dracloak, because at this point I'm like, I really want to get to Dragapult, because Dragapult's like the fully realized version of this idea, and Dragapult is rad. I did not have one on my team. Like as an acting member. I did catch a Dreepy and evolve it all the way through, so that way I could have a a Dragapult. But I did not use it because I had Dracovish and the Dumplin on my team. I had them both, and I was already being kind of selfish having two Dragon types on my team, because I like having a nice diverse spread of Pokemon. So I was like, nah, I don't need the coverage. Oh, and my sixth Pokemon was fucking a Boltund, was Flash. I can't believe I forgot that. I had two dogs, two dragons, a moth, and a knight on my team. That was my core team. And then I had Lunatone, Marnie, Toxtricity, and there were like three others that were also on my bench, and they were like my second stringers. That was my shield team. But anyways, Dragapult, very good. Zacian and Zamazenta, with original forms as well as the held item forms. These two get uh, they get alike, but it's both forms, all forms, both of them, they get uh alike, but it's like a neutral like. It's a low like. Uh, I think they're really cool. They have uh fun designs, both as just regular dogs and with their like powered up forms. I think they're really cool, and the fact that they're just both you know good dogs. They come in at the end and they save you from Eternatus. I think it's really cool. And also, it when the Acacia music video came out, it featured these two, like near the end of the music video on like a billboard, and it was just the two of them napping, and one of them does a big yawn. Really cute. I I really do think that putting Pogies in animation really helps their designs and seeing them in motion. Because I'm pretty sure I've said this before. Um, Pokemon has, like, as a property, has this really bad habit of making their designs look really stiff. Um, and it really helps seeing them in motion to like break the stiffness a little bit and like have them feel like actual creatures. Because the first one that I think of every time is Trico. I don't know why they thought it was a good idea to put Trico in a T pose and just have him sit there like that. Like, this is like, Trico is a gecko, a Pokemon that like it climbs on things, it can stick to walls and surfaces. How, what does putting him in a fucking T pose, the tree pose, like, how does that convey a gecko or a creature that climbs or darts around the treetops? It's like, it doesn't. It's dumb. Like, why would you do that? And I think some of the later games like really help accentuate the fact that, yeah, it's a creature that can run around and climb in trees and stuff. But it just, why? Yeah, I feel like Pokemon art has a really bad tendency of looking really stiff, and they've gotten better about it. But seeing the Pokemon in animation really helps their case as like good, solid designs when you can actually see them move and do things. And yeah, and that's some of the reason why I'm endeared to a lot of these Pokemon, is because when you see them in motion and actually doing their thing, they look cool. And yeah, and their key art just doesn't do that because, again, Trico in a T pose. Why? Why would you do that to him, my boy? And Eternatus, that's just a neutral for me. It's a cool dragon looking thing, but it's designed has a lot going on, and I'm not that big a fan of it. A lot of points, a lot of triangles. It's meh. And also the fact that you don't see it too often until like the very end. It's kind of meh. I do think the Gigantamax form's pretty cool, where it becomes like a giant Hydra. That's pretty tight. So, meh. That's about it. Alright, and now we get into the DLC. Pogies. As well as the Arceus Pokemon, which hopefully I can actually find a list for the names of these, because I don't remember a lot of the names for them. Kubfu. Kubfu gets a like. Because it's a cute little bear. Does kung fu. I like the fact that its hair and fur, the fur looks like a headband. It's kind of cute. Urshifu. Neutral. It's a bear that does karate. Both forms. So I'm just, I'm very nonplussed by some of these. I think because I remember looking through this list, I put the Galarian birds. I think I put them in like. Did I? Yeah, I did. I can't remember my reasoning for putting these here. I guess because I thought that the designs were interesting. They were just unique takes. Yeah, I can't remember. I do think they're really cool, though. But, yeah, just... Urshifu is just... meh. It's a bear. It knows karate. Meh. Zarude, same deal. Zarude's kind of cool. I'm pretty sure if I saw the movie, then I would probably be a little bit more endeared to it. I don't know the difference between the forms here. It's like, I know it has something to do with the movie that released. But I didn't see the movie, and I don't think I did. I didn't get Zarude. I don't even know how you got Zarude. Was it an event? Pokemon? I can't remember how they distributed the Pokemon, but I'm pretty sure I didn't end up getting it. But, yeah, didn't see the movie. Didn't get it in my game. Meh. It's a cool monkey, though. The design's pretty neat, but I just, outside of just saying, it's neat. Meh. Not much else to say. Regieleki. We only got 2 of these Regis. I thought we got 3 in the DLC. That's crazy to me. But, yeah. Regieleki. I like Regieleki. Enough that I give it the like stamp. I think it's a cool take on one of the Regis being like an electric type. It's kind of got like satellite vibes to me with the electricity coming out. It's pretty cool. Yeah, and Regidrago. Looks like a Charizard. Neutral. That's about it. Nothing else to say about that. And I didn't. Another thing is I didn't play the DLC because you had to buy it. Ugh. Paid DLC. But it was just also in a point in my life where I just didn't have money, so I was like, I have to skip it because it's either that or feed myself, and I kind of like having food, so I didn't bother like getting it, even though some of the DLC stuff is like pretty cool, where you can actually have your Pokemon follow you. That's pretty neat, but they move at like actual walking speed, and it's like, oh, I don't want to leave them behind. So, anyways, we're getting through all of these ones. I don't even remember the names. I'm looking at the list here. Glastrier, Spectrier, Calyrex, and the forms. All 5 of these are just neutral. I don't care. I don't care. They're cool horses. You put a small deer on a horse. A deer with like a really weird head and really thin, gangly legs. I just don't care, man. I don't care. There you go. There's your spots. Oh boy. Anyways, now we finally get into the Arceus Pokemon. And in the complete opposite, we have Wyrdeer. And Wyrdeer, you know what? I haven't even played Arceus. And I don't know if I will get around to it, but Wyrdeer goes up in my favorites. I think where'd I put Stantler? Was Stantler in my likes, or was it in neutral? I can't remember. Yeah, Stantler was in my likes. I like deer. I think deer are really cool. Yeah, way to take a design that I really liked and then like make it even crazier and like cool. Weird Ear is really cool. And the fact that they also turned up the psychic energy, because they're like, Stantler antlers have like this weird property where if you stare at them, it feels like you're being hypnotized and sucked into the void. But it's like a normal deer Pokemon. And it's like, okay, sure, I'll take your word for it, I guess. But then they're like, hey, back in the day, Stantler back then, or Weird Ear, were weird, like really weird. And giving it the psychic typing and all that, perfect. What inspired idea. And the fact that the bigger antlers make it look more like an elk, I think is really cool. Although I think it's more based off of like Japanese deer. So me being a North American sod, you know, I think of the North American deer species that we have, you know, running around here. And the big ones are like elk and moose. So that's like my metric for that. So Weird Ear is good. Cleaver. Cleaver gets a like. It's Scyther, but instead of like sword hands, it has axe hands. How funny. But yeah, I like it. I think it's cool. I like OG Scyther a bit more. But Cleaver's cool. And then we get Ursaluna. It gets a like, but it's a very high up there like. It's a great take on Ursaring, and the fact that they crank up the bear and make it just a giant beast is good. Because Ursaring's big. It's a bear. It's a big bear. But this one like really sells like, no, this bear is a beast. It's huge and it could mess you up. So the fact that they went and they cranked it up to like this size, it's like perfect. An excellent, you know, no pun intended, evolution of the design is just to make it bigger and way more of a monster. Awesome. And then we get Basculegion. I don't know the difference between these two forms. Care to elaborate? Because are they gendered? Is that what the difference is between the red and the white? Because, you know, regardless of, you know, whatever the difference is, I kind of lean more towards the red one because I like the red contrast with the green of the design. It goes up, even though I don't have any attachment to it, like really, I'd put it on my favorites because I like Basculin. And the fact that it gets a salmon-esque take on it, because that's kind of what Basculin was to begin with, is despite the fact that its name is a play on like bass, it kind of has salmon energy just in like the lore. So we'll put the white one in my likes and the red in my favorites. What's next? Sneasler. Sneasler is fighting poison type. What an odd type combo. Anyway, Sneasler goes into my likes. It's so sassy. And the fact that it has the utility of like dragging your sorry butt up really steep cliffs. That's pretty handy. So, It's pretty cool. Sneasler's cool. It gets a like. Yeah, now we get to this fucking guy, Overquill. It's a sea mine. Like, really a sea mine. It goes in my favorites. Because I forget how I described my feelings towards Quillfish. Because I'm a Quillfish apologist. I know there are some people who think Quillfish is just absolutely stupid. And they're entitled to their opinion. But I think pufferfish are really cool. Just as a species of fish. They're really neat. And Quillfish is pretty much just a pufferfish. And I'm like, cool. I think that's really neat. And, you know, I know it's just like a ball with a fin on the end of it. But it's like, I kind of like it. It leans into that territory of like, it's kind of stupid, but I kind of like it because it is, you know. And Overquill is just Hisuian Quillfish, but it gets pointier and angrier. It's perfect. 10 out of 10, no notes. Just perfect. And then the final two, or no, just the final one. That's an Amorous. It has two forms, and I'm not attached to either of them. Neutral. There you go. I adore Overquill. Very fun name. Yeah. I appreciate it too. All right, now we're on to Gen 9. You know, I can feel my throat starting to hurt a little bit, but I think I can pull through. And we're at 2 hours. That's okay. I think I'm going to. We're going for it. We're gonna just demolish this right here, right now. Because not to say that I'm not enjoying myself, but we're so close to finishing, and I think Gen 9 is going to go really fast, because right out of the gate, I don't have a big attachment to a lot of these Pokemon, so I think it's going to go by pretty fast. So, let's get started. Sprigatito. All the way up to my favorites. It's a good kitty. Pat, pat, love, love. Lots of scritches. And I guess it also doesn't help the fact that I did not play Scarvy. And I don't plan on it. Because it does not look like a fun game. And the fact that it also just doesn't run well doesn't really help that fact. If I got a Switch 2, then maybe I'd consider picking it up, because I've seen the gameplay footage of Scarvy on Switch 2 and it looks pretty good. Like, that might change my mind, but I think that's going to be a long ways off at this point. Real quick, I'm also going to boot up the Gen 9 list, because I can't remember the names of some of these Pokemon. Yeah, because I remember Meowscarada without even looking at the list, but I forgot Florigato. And Florigato will go up to my favorites. Because it's pretty much Sprigatito, but it stands on its hind legs. And he's got like a cool yo-yo that he does tricks with. I think it's pretty cool. It's pretty neat. And it doesn't like lose the cute that Sprigatito has. But Sprigatito is still way more cute. I enjoyed Scarvy, but it was definitely hit or miss. Yeah. For sure. And also, it doesn't help the fact that it's in like a sea of open world games. There's a lot of stiff competition for open world games at that point. So it was like, I wasn't into the vibe. Meowscarada gets a like. Bummed that again, a final evolution ends up being a bipedal cat, but it's like, whatever. I still think it's really cool, though. I think Meowscarada is really neat. If it had to be bipedal, I kind of wish it was Karina's Meowscarada that she drew a couple times, where it's like a fencer, a very fancy fencer. A very tight design she came up with. I think it's really cool. Meowscarada is still great, though. Fuecoco! Oh, where do I put Fuecoco? I really like Fuecoco. But it's like, do I like him enough to call him one of my favorites? It's like, that's the thing. I don't know. I'll put him in my like. I'll give him the high like achievement. Like a lot of other Pogies. What a cutie. He's so cute. And getting to see him in motion really helped like seal the deal for how cute he is. Yeah, he's just cute. Cute Pogie. Crocolore. Oh, this. I'm taking pity on you. I'm putting you in neutral, but I'm gonna have you know you're like a hair away from going into dislike. Because I don't like his face. He has Quilladin syndrome. His face is dopey and not in a fun way. He's got this stupid pill-shaped body. How does he move? I don't like it. I don't like it. But there's, you know what? Fuck it. You and Quilladin can hang out and you can be best buds. I just don't like this design. It does not do it for me. Like, at all. Fun fact about the Gen 9 starters, they have a shared theme of entertainment. You have a magician, a singer, and a dancer. Oh. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. That is cool. I like that idea. But then you go from Crocodile, like, whatever. Skeledirge. Skeledirge gets a like, though. Now that I think about it, yeah, these two will sit right here together. I like Skeledirge. And the fact he's still just a full-on crocodile, I think is really cool. The fire coming out of his mouth like that. The fire, like, spirit bird that also doubles as his like you said, a microphone for his singing. Excellent. There is a critique that I do share with Jack from Subjectively. I don't like how his chest is kind of squared off at an angle. Like there's like a hard edge around his chest from where you go from his neck to his torso. I think if that were a little bit more rounded, that would like seal the deal and make it like a really perfect design for me. But as it stands, I think he's kind of cool. Who's next? Quaxly. Quaxly gets a like. Yeah, he's a cute little duck. That's about it. He's cute. A cute little duck. I like him. Kind of gives me Ducklet vibes a little bit too. Who I also like. So I was like, yeah, cute little ducks that can hang out together. What was this one? Quaxwell. You can get a like too. Yeah. Dancing bird. Yeah. You know, I was about to say Quaquaval. I was thinking about putting him in neutral. I'm looking at his art and I'm thinking back to his animations. I kind of like Quaquaval. It's not bad. I don't hate it. I think the one thing I don't like about Quaquaval is it stands on its toes. I don't know. I feel like it would be standing on its feet. more. I don't know. You know what? Uh, I'll give you a like. I think Quaquaval's pretty good. You know what? Yeah, I think because I see Rillaboom up here, and I think I like these two on about the same level uh, of appreciation in terms of like designs, where it's like I like them. There's something a little too clean about the two of them, but I don't hate them. And I like them enough that I don't feel like absolutely neutral towards them. I much prefer water starters. Yeah, for me I always preferred like the grass types, because I just like the grass types. Because I don't know, I say that I've never had an attachment to types, but then it's like no, I like grass types because a lot of the grass types have designs that I like. But I think I always went with designs that I liked over sticking like specifically to typing. But it does play a role in the Pogi that I pick. But I always preferred the water and the grass types over the fire starters because the fire starters just didn't have designs that I really liked. Or if I liked them, then it was always like the other ones like won out over the one that I liked. Lechonk. Lechonk. I'll put you in like. I'll put it in like. I don't have a lot of attachment to these Pokemon because I just have not played Scarvy. But I like Lechonk as a Pokemon design. It's a good pig take. The name is so good. Fucking Lechonk is perfect. I'm pretty sure in other territories it's named something different, but the English name, perfect. Love you, Lechonk. And then you have Oinkologne. With I think these are gender differences. These also get likes. I put them in my like category. Because they're just a good like next step in the Lechonk line. It's like that's a good next step if you want to give it an evolution. I think I kind of prefer this one though. I don't know. I kind of like the posing and the shapes of this one. The art. Oh, okay. Just send. Jeez. Yeah, I like the art of the pigs. I kind of prefer this one though. Oh, then we're getting into one of the ones that I just. Okay, list. What's the name of this one? Tarantula. I like Tarantula. This one goes in my likes. It's a little spider that does weaving, and it looks like a ball of yarn. Awesome. Great. It's really cute and adorable. I love it. What is the other one? Spidops? Spidops? I don't. I don't. I'm neutral on this one. This is a design that's like it's too clean and it just doesn't do it for me. And I can't explain why. It does everything that it sets out to do, but it just does not do anything for me. Like it feels safe isn't the way I would describe it, but it just I don't know. It's like you plunk it in a hole, you swish a basketball through a basket and it fits perfectly, but it just does nothing. Doesn't leave a splash. That's the thing. It feels boring. And it's like it does exactly what it sets out to do, but it does not leave a mark. I saw a really cool fan design where Tarantula evolved into like an old lady knitting kind of spider. See, that to me sounds really cute. And I'd love to see it become that. And I get it that it's like, oh, this is like a Japanese take where it has like the apron that like weavers would have, and it's got like a spool of thread around its abdomen. That's kind of cool, but it just doesn't. I don't know. It just doesn't do it for me. And but again, I don't hate it. I just don't. I'm like nonplussed by it. Same goes for these two, and I get the inspiration for these two, Nimble and Lokix, because it's like they're like a tokusatsu kind of Kamen Rider type deal, you know. And I totally get it, but it's just not my cup of tea. His Spy Ops isn't cool, but it's terrifying in game because it looks like it wants to kill you. Oh, something, dude. Primal Fear Unlocked was when I watched the Magic School Bus episode where they talked about spiders, and they talked about was it the Dinopus spider, and how it captures prey, where it sits there and has a net and it just hangs there, and when something walks by, it just slams a net down on you and then scoops you up. How terrifying would that be if that was like a person-sized spider that did shit like that? That is terrifying. And the idea that this thing could do that, horrifying. You know, it also doesn't help the fact that Spy Ops, now that I look at it, because I'm looking at the art on Cerebi, it looks like a Mario character. I think it's the eyes. It looks like something Mario would stomp on. But anyways, yeah, it's Lokix. It's kind of cool, but I don't know. There's something about the shapes and the posing and stuff that it just doesn't do it for me. I'm just, I don't know, not a fan. It's cool. It's got tokusatsu, Kamen Rider type deal going on, which is neat. I'm not too big of a tokusatsu guy, even though I see a lot of stuff from it, and I'm very impressed by the stuff that they do with tokusatsu shows and series, and how silly they can be sometimes. I think it's great, and I can see why they have a lot of appeal. But it's just not my cup of tea. I did go on a Power Ranger binge at one point, and just like info vacuumed everything I could learn about Power Rangers, but that lasted for like a month. Or not even a month. It lasted like a summer. It was like 3 months. And that's about my extent of it. My like interest in Power Rangers, tokusatsu, Kamen Rider type stuff. So, oh boy. Now we get to Pommy, Pomo, and Pomot. I just don't. First of all, I'm just going to put these guys in neutral. This line is so dull to me. And there are some, and I'm going to be quoting Jack a lot here, because he did a similar thing here that I'm doing, where he ranked Gen 9 Pokemon. He did like other generations, but I remember watching the one he did for Gen 9 specifically. And he talked about this line and how it has like the seal problem, where it's like it just evolves, its next form is it, but bigger and a little different. And he said the same thing for this, and it's one of the things where I kind of wholeheartedly agree, where it's like it's the same, but it just gets a little bigger and its design changes slightly. And yeah, it just doesn't. And it's supposed to be based off of like a marmot, which is just a big rodent. It's like a groundhog almost. And I don't know. I'm torn, because I love my Pikachu clones, but it just, I don't know. I don't know why it's hard for me to like really affirm my appreciation for this line. I feel like you could just, what is it, Pomo? I feel like you could just nix this one and have it go from Pommy to Pomot, and it wouldn't make a difference. They could have easily cut out the middleman, and it could have just been a 2-stage, and that would have been the end of it, and I would have been totally fine with that. The fact that it's got this guy in the middle, just, I don't know, it just doesn't sit right. And the fact that it goes from bright orange to dull orange to like another bright orange again, it feels like taking a step forward and then taking a step back. Like, yeah, I don't know. This one just bounces between I like it and I'm neutral to it just constantly. So here in neutral, it will stay. Like until somehow I become very endeared to it. It feels like it came from a game of Gartic Phone. Exactly. Like somebody just from one drawing to the next, just like changed it slightly. Yeah, not a fan. But not enough to hate it. I don't hate it. But then we get Tandem Mouse. Oh my god, Tandem Mouse. It goes up in my favorites. I was a little mixed when I saw Tandem Mouse because I think at the point when this game was being announced, I was a little iffy on Pokemon that are like, you know, multiple organisms as one unit. And I was like, Tandem Mouse, but it's like, how do you explain multiple organisms being a singular unit? And it's like, whatever, it doesn't make sense. Then I see this Pokemon in the anime and seeing it in action, and I'm like, okay, never mind, it won me over. The fact that these things like hiss at each other is so funny. The anime, I don't know what, because in animations like shorts and stuff, these things don't like hiss at each other. They do like me. They make little cute mouth. No, cute mouth. Oh my god, I'm not making good mouth noises, but these things make cute mouse noises, and they're adorable. But in the anime, they just go. What? I don't know what the thought behind that was. It's like, why would you do that? Why? But it's cute. I think they're adorable, and the basis of them being on the little like mouse dolls, adorable, very cute. It earned its spot after a while, and then it evolves into Mousehold, which has the two forms where it like, do you want one child or two? And I like them both equally. They both go up in favorites because to me it doesn't, having one or two doesn't really change it for me. It's still just like a little mouse family. They're still adorable. So they go up to my favorites. And I'd probably keep, whenever I play the game, I'd probably try and see if I could work these Pogies into my, excuse me. Whew. I would probably work them into my my party somehow. I'd at least try to. Scroll down. Fido. Fido goes up into my likes. That's neutral. I think it's cute. I love the pun. Some of the Pokemon in this generation are like really punny, and I kind of dig them for that. And Fido's no exception. It's just a cute little. What would you call this? Like what dog breed would this be? It's because the evolution is Darkspun, but Darkspun gives me what would it be? Like a terrier? Whatever breed Lady is in Lady and the Tramp, that's a terrier, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that's a terrier. It gives me that vibe. But they're both really cute. And the fact that it's like, oh, this one's raw dough, and then it gets baked and cooked, and it becomes a dog is really cute. So I give them a like. Oh, I didn't realize they're fairy types. I thought they were just normal types. That's really cute. That's adorable. Okay, and then we go to the Smoliv, Doliv, and Arboliva. This line. I remember Smoliv. That was like one of the first ones they announced. And does it get a like? It gets a like. I thought Smoliv was very cute. Arboliva. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I'm thinking of like olive and trying to work that into the name. Like Arboliva. Arbolava. The syllables don't roll off the tongue very well. But okay, Arboliva. I'm a believer in this design being really good. I think they're really cute. When I saw the design initially, I was like, oh, they're doing the Roselia Roserade line again, because I could just tell from this design take that it's like, oh, this is a Prevo. It has it written all over it. And sure enough, it got its Roselia and Roserade. And I really like them. I think they're a very fun design for an olive Pokemon. And also, it helps that I do love olives. They're one of my favorite foods. Black olives mostly, but green olives, I can take or leave. But I think they're very cute. They have very solid designs. I do kind of prefer Doliv the most out of the three of them. I kind of like Doliv the most. I do like the Arboliva as well. I do appreciate them. So, whoops. Yeah. So they go in the like. Squawkabilly. Neutral. It's a parrot with... It's a parrot with funny hair. That's about it. Sorry, but my heart has Chatot in it. Sorry, you're disqualified. Get out of here. And I think the other colors are just... these are just cosmetic, if I recall correctly. So they could just sit down here. Necklace. It looks like a super mushroom with a little chimney. It's... you know what? Yeah, I didn't even have to... I thought about it. I was like, do I have to think about this? And it's like, no, I don't. It's neutral. It looks like a super mushroom. And then it's like, well, maybe the evolutions will have something. What is this one? Knucklestack? This looks like a Minecraft mob. I like the idea of there being assault Pokemon. Like a salt, not assault. It seems like a fun idea, but I don't know. The fact that I think that Minecraft is so prevalent does not do this Pokemon any favors at all. It looks like a Minecraft mob, and I cannot shake that feeling from me, or from my head. It looks like a Minecraft mob. And same thing with Garganacl. This is just an iron golem. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. You guys are neat, but I don't like you enough to put you up there in my likes. Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. Uh, on the flip side, we go to Charcadet, and Charcadet goes up to my favorites. I love the design of this little guy. So perfect. I like the neckly line personally. And you're free to do so. I don't hate them. I just am not wowed by them at all. But Charcadet is great. I love Charcadet. So good. I wish I could keep him like that forever. Um, Armarouge and Ceruledge. What is it? Ceruledge. These two, I don't know. First of all, they go up into the my like category. I like them both. I just don't know which one would win my favor, though. Of being my favorite, because they both have parts of their design that I absolutely adore. The fact that Armarouge has like cannons and like the shoulder bits go down to his hands and he like shoots fireballs and stuff. Tight. Ceruledge, blade hands, awesome. But then there are like bits where it's like, oh, what the arm bits just float there on the side. It's not something that he wears. It's like, okay, they kind of float there awkwardly. It's like, okay. And I would change my mind if they floated there, but if they had an aura around them to be like, oh, they're floating there because there's a power that like is imbued within them, and it can control those. Perfect. That's all I needed to explain that away. Perfect. I'm satisfied. But the fact that they just sit there awkwardly, it's like, okay. And I'm not a fan of the anatomy of Ceruledge. The fact that it goes from big to small in relation to its feet. I think it's because I like Armarouge, their proportions a bit more, because it's like it's got the big bulky shoulders and then it goes down to like these big flat feet. It looks really balanced. Something about Ceruledge's design just doesn't feel super balanced to me. And it doesn't, I don't know, it just doesn't sit quite right. Yeah, Armor is a psychic type if that helps. Yeah. It kinda. I don't know. I really wish it did have something around it to like really sell the fact that it's like they're floating there because of like a psychic power of some sort. But although I guess, yeah, to be fair, there are some other Pokemon that do that without an ability like that, where it's like, oh, something is floating there and it's using its mind, but there's no like aura or something like that like sells it. So yeah. I wish it just had that extra nudge, but I don't know. It's fine that it doesn't. Again, these are in my likes. I'm not neutral about them. I like them. I really do. They just don't have the zhuzh, the sauce that like pushes them into my favorites. Maybe that would change if I, got to see them in action again, or if I played the game and had them on my team. But as it stands, I just like them. I think they're neat. Next, Tadbulb. Neutral. A very strong neutral, though. Bordering on like. I think Tadbulb is really cute. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. We're just going to put you up here in the likes. I like Tadbulb. It's a very low like, though. Bordering on neutral. I like its shape. I like its colors. It's a tadpole. Looks like a light bulb. Makes sense. I totally get it. Yeah, I think it looks nice. Bellibolt. I don't know how to feel about Bellibolt. Do I like Bellibolt? I don't know. I don't know if I do. Uh, Neutral. I don't know. It was like one of the first Pokemon that was like revealed early on, because I think they also revealed Bellibolt when they revealed that one gym leader, if I remember right. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I feel really mixed on it because I like its dopey little face. The false eyes I think are really cool. But much like Spidops, it feels really plain for some reason. Like it doesn't have, like it's missing something that it just doesn't like push it over the edge for me. And I feel like that's what a lot of the Pokemon in Gen 9 that's kind of their vibe, is like they're there, they're cool, but they don't have the sauce that like gives it, they're sauceless. It's toast without butter on it. It just doesn't have, it's a baked potato with no sour cream or pepper. It just, there's no spice. Yeah, that's all I got to say about that. And then there's, yeah, because like there's Wattrel and Kilowattrel. Cool. they, I don't know. They're a bird derogatory, not it's a cute bird positive. It's a cute bird negative derogatory. I kind of put this in like though. I don't know. I like electric types are also really cool. And the pun name is really good. I don't know. It's again, they just look, they look plain. And that's all I got to say. Uh yeah, same goes with these ones. Fucking what is the name? Mastiff and Mabostiff. This one, this is, you know what? I don't like this design. It's too plain. It's stupid like little grimace face. Not grimace as in purple monster, grimace as in it's grimacing, it's scowling. I don't like it. I don't like it. It upsets me. Get it out of here. And Mabostiff, I'm neutral. Neutral bordering on like, what a cute little, not even little, the dog is big. This is a big dog. But he's got like that old man energy. Like this is the dog that's been in the family for such a long time. They're a certified good boy. They've done their time. They're old, they're sleepy. You give them pets and a treat every once in a while, and you know, they're good. And it also helps the fact that that Mabostiff is like part of Arven's story and is like one of the emotional cores of Scarvy's anything. So it earns some brownie points in my book. Outside of that context though, by itself, I don't know. It's just, he's an old dog. that's about it. I don't know. Do I move him up now? Now I'm thinking about Arven's Mabostiff. Now I'm like, I don't know. Do I move him up now? Fuck it. You know what? I'll throw you a bone and I'll put you up here. Who's next? Fucking this thing. Shroodle. Neutral. This thing is an enigma. Do I say I dislike this design? Because you know what? Fuck it. I don't like this thing. Because, yeah, at worst, I'm neutral to a lot of these. Gen 9's got a lot that I just don't like. And it's supposed to be a shrew. What? How and why? Are these its ears? What, is this a tooth? Is its mouth here in, like, this nose thing? Why does it have such big eyes? Why am I being so negative about this? I just don't like this thing. I don't like what is this thing? It's not even Choodle, it's Shroodle. Yeah, don't like this thing. Grafai, though, this one gets a like. I like Grafai. Like, what a step up. I like Grafai. And they were right to show this one off, because this is one of the better ones that came out of this generation. I'm pointing at my screen. It's like, I'm glad that I like it when they do like small monkeys. Like, Aipom is still one of my favorites. I like Aipom, and the fact that we get like another like small monkey lemur guy is nice. I don't know. And the fact that it's an eye, so it's got like big eyes. But it also has like, what is it, a tarsier? I think it's a tarsier, where it's got like the big gross middle finger that it like taps on trees to find bugs. I don't know. Tight. I like Grafai. Bramblin. Okay. Gosh. I'm going to give this one a like. Mainly because, as a person who's grown up in a place where tumbleweeds are aplenty, a tumbleweed Pokemon feels like such a no-brainer. And the fact that it's like Grass Ghost, it's like a wandering spirit, perfect. That's such a great idea for a tumbleweed Pokemon. Absolutely good. 10 out of 10. I wouldn't change a thing. I don't mind the design. I think this is really nice. This thing, again, it's just bigger with a smiley face, and it's just pointier. I want to just give it I'm going to put this in like, only for the fact that it does the whole this but more, but it's this but more, parentheses, positive, and not this but more, negative, derogatory. It does, like, it puts a little smile on it, and its eyes, it just gets more pointy. But it's more of what I like out of Bramblin. His name is Bramblegast. Forgot about that. Yeah, it's just more of what I like out of Bramblin, and I'm okay with that. So, it gets a like. It would probably be up in favorites maybe, but I'm not a big fan of tumbleweeds, if you can believe it. I've done a lot of tumbleweed clearing in my life, and it fucking sucks. And there are some of these that, when they scratch you, they leave burning scratches. I don't know if it's an allergic reaction, or if they just are assholes, but they're not fun. Real life tumbleweeds suck. And some of them can be as big as a car if you let them grow too out of control. And they can cause serious problems. So tumbleweeds are bad. But these ones are cute. They get a like. Oh, we get Squidward fully realized. This guy goes up to my favorites. Friggin', what is this? Toadschool? It's Toadschool. Yeah, Toadschool. I love the idea of convergent, or is it divergent or convergent? I think it's convergent evolution, right? What a perfect concept to take old Pokemon designs and put a spin on them and make them something unique and different. And turning Tentacool into literally a Ramblin' mushroom from Earthbound is perfect. What a fun idea for this design. Absolutely perfect. And I am endeared to it solely by the animations of this thing fucking running. Hilarious. What a goofy looking guy. I would have one of them on my team for sure. And by extension, Toadscruel. Toadscruel will go up to my favorites as well. Because it continues the trend of old design, put a little twist on it. It goes from being like a little, oh, this is just a mushroom with like a little closed cap, to like an open cap mushroom. But also, it looks like shelf fungus, like the ones that grow on like the sides of trees and stuff. It also has that in it as well, and I think that's really neat. I honestly think that this is one of the better ideas that came out of Gen 9 was the Convergent Evolution Pokemon. I think those are like some of the best ideas they've had, and we'll get to some of the other ones that do some of this, but I like those too. So Klawf gets a neutral. I get it. It's a big dumb looking crab, but again, it falls prey to the same thing of like, it looks too plain. It's missing some sauce to it that makes it like really stand out, at least to me. So it just it gets the neutral. It's a crab. I'd put it higher, but it's neutral because it's a crab. It's not a dumb looking crab. It's just a crab. It's dumb positive, but I don't know. It just doesn't do enough extra to like really get me to, endear itself to me. Capsakid. Capsakid. Oh man, I think it's neutral. It does the same thing with Shroodle. What is up with this like bucktooth beak thing? It's just, nah, dude. Nah, that's not it, man. That's just, no. And I don't know. It really bums me out that this is what we get for the Pepper Pokemon. And it's like, in case, yeah, Skull Villain. I'm iffy on Skull Villain. Because at most I'm like, because sometimes I'm like, I think this is a cool idea. It's a Pepper Pokemon. It's Fire Grass. What a crazy type combo. The first of its kind. And then I'm like, oh, this is what we get for a Pepper Pokemon. It is this thing. Hands on hips, stomping around on big old galoomphin feet. I don't know. It makes me think of Cacnea and Cacturne, and I'm like, man, I just yearn for Cacnea and Cacturne. I just want them. Can I have them, please? Because it's like, this one just doesn't do it for me. I wish it would do it for me, but it doesn't. Roldor. It's a scarab beetle pushing around poop. It gets a like. And I forget if it's this one or its evolution. One of them has a really fun mustache, and I love that. I think that's really cute. But yeah, a scarab beetle pushing around poop. Or is it dirt? I can't remember. I don't know if they like wimped out and were like, it's not poop, it's dirt. But cool. I like a scarab beetle. Scarab beetles are cool. But then like the next step is whatever this thing's called. Rabska. Which is, what is that? It's like scarab, but all not palindromed. What is the name? Okay. I can't remember the name of it, and I'm bummed that I can't. When you take a word, is it an anagram? It's an anagram. Yeah, where you take a word, rearrange the letters, and make a new word. That's an anagram. Rabska being an anagram of scarab. I think that's kind of cool. And I love the idea that it's like its poop ball becomes this ball of psychic energy, and in that psychic ball of energy is its soul. I love a good bug type, and I also like a good bug Pokemon with a little bit of like fucked up to it. So yeah, it goes into my likes along with its pre-evolution. Boop. Yeah, I'd probably have that one on my team. Good old bug psychic type. I'm down. Flittle. Flittle gets a like. It looks like candy in a wrapper, and I think that's cute. And I found a Pokemon card of this little guy, and the art for it was really cute, and it kind of endeared me to its design. It's like a little candy bird. I think it's kind of cute. And then you have, look, it's Lady Gaga. I like this one. I like this take. It's a bird with Sia's haircut, but it has like the frills from the pre-evolution. I think it's really nice, and I like the colors for it. I think it's really nice. So it gets a like. All right. Tinkatink, Tinkatuff, and Tinkaton. I'm neutral to these pre-evolutions. I just nope. Don't really care. Tinkaton, however, this one gets a like. I like Tinkaton, and seeing it in motion through animations and through fan art, great, amazing. I wasn't sold on the hammer at first because it's like, that's kind of a crap design for a giant mallet. But then it's like, I don't know. Then seeing it in action, watching it hunt down Corviknights with its mallet, and the Corviknights being like, oh shit, here it comes. Perfect. It gives it a lot of personality, and it being like fully realized is nice. I like Tinkaton. It's very good. And then we get to another one of my Convergent Evolution friends. It's Wiglet and Wugtrio. I love the names. Absolutely silly. The fact that they keep the fact that it's like, oh, these are Pokemon that are like diggers. They live in dirt. And they turn them into a spotted garden eel. And that's like their vibe. And I'm like, cool. I love that. Wiglet and Wugtrio go into my favorites. That's my likes. Where's my favorites? They are further up. Right here. Where did I put Diglett? I don't think I put Diglett up in my favorites. I did not. Diglett's in my likes. I really hope Past Me, that I can't remember, Past Me gave them a strong like. They better be up here. Yeah, there they are. They're in my likes. Good. Because I like Diglett. Diglett and Dugtrio. Fond memories of those Pokemon. I love their designs. They're very cute. I used them a lot in Gen 1 because, it's like you have Lieutenant Surge and all of his bullshit. So, you just run over to the Diglett cave, catch yourself a Diglett, train it a little bit, and then you just sick him on all of Lieutenant Surge's trainers and himself. And, you just wipe the floor with them. And Digletts are really nice because they're, for a ground type, they're like super speedy. So they have like a lot of utility in that regard. They're cool. Yeah, Diglett's awesome. Oh, Wugtrio. Gotta put him up my favorites. No, what's this one? Bombardier. I'll give this one a like. Because I like the idea. It's a stork. It carries stuff in like its little apron pouch, and it like drops things on people. I think that's kind of funny. Its design does feel, again, a little sauceless, But the concept of here's a bird that just picks up rocks and shit and then just drops them on people. It's like, yeah, okay. All right, I dig it. I'm cool with that. Now we get to this one. Finizen. Finizen goes all the way up into my favorites. I stated before, I love dolphins. I love whales. Cetaceans of all kinds. I'm down to clown with ocean life. And the fact that they actually made, it took them how long to finally make a proper dolphin Pokemon? And the fact they made it like this cute. Adorable. Perfect. 10 out of 10. No notes. Love Finizen. Palafin, though, gonna go Palafin base form. It's literally just a Finizen with a heart on it. Okay, sure. But that plays into its gimmick of being a superhero, which is this form, which I forget what it's... What is this form called? I forget what they call the hero form. Is it just called hero form for Palafin? Either way, sad to say, I'm not a fan of this design all that much. And I've seen the Palafin animation that came out a while ago. It was like a CG thing where he like follows around some baby Pokemon and he does like heroic things. Hero and Zero forms, I believe. Okay. So in the, yeah, and I've seen him in action, and it's like, I like the idea. I think it's pretty cool. The fact that there's like a Pokemon, it's like, oh, you throw him out in the field, and then he like, you withdraw him and then send him back out, and then he's like this absolutely busted Pokemon. It's a neat idea. And he also, I think he gets a move that is like, it's like U-turn or something like that, where it allows him to get withdrawn after he attacks, which is great because that fits his gimmick. So it's like having yes, yeah, because he gets, it's not U-turn. I looked at his move pool recently and I saw that he had a move like that. And, you know, props to the game developers and designers. They're like, okay, his whole gimmick is that you need to draw him back in and send him back out in order to activate it. Yeah, he has a water type move that does it. Yeah. And, you know, good on them for thinking about that. You know, to, you know, withdraw him and then send it back out so that way you can activate him. But I'm neutral. It's because the design just doesn't do it for me. And I've seen him in action where he's like standing all heroic and proud, but watching him walk around on two legs, quote unquote, or just walking around on his fin, it looks very awkward. And I'm not into it. So both forms of Palafin just get, they get a neutral. Sorry, buddy. But I like you, Finizen. I would have you on my team. Oh yeah. Oh, right. The motor, whose name it's Varoom. I just don't. Neutral. I don't care. I don't. I like this design because of its implementation in the Team Star, like Starmobile, how it's like this thing serves as its engine and you fight it as like a boss. I like the engine, fellas. Yeah, and I like some of their implementation, but I don't know. We're coming from a series that uses actual garbage as a Pokemon, like a trash bag, and I'm giving the engine block shit. But it's combined with the fact that these designs to me feel so sauceless that it doesn't do it for me. But in reality, it should. Like, this would be one of my favorite guys if it just wasn't in, like, to me, the most sauceless generation in Pokemon so far. Oh, my Pokemon music ended. From the beginning. Again. Oops. Probably should. Nope. Open up my what is it? Recent browsing across Windows. Oh dear. Yeah, the fact that I think it's like a creature possessing an engine. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I'm not endeared to it. I don't know. Maybe if I played the game, had him on my team or something, my mind would change. But as it stands currently, I'm just completely indifferent to him. It's just something about this interpretation of an engine Pokemon just doesn't do it for me. Because I feel like, I don't know, there's something else you could do. Like, when you have an engine block, what if there were, like, because the first one, that has the housing for a piston in it. It has it on there. I don't know, maybe. No, the second evolution has it, where it's got the holes for the pistons in the side with the thing on the top. I don't know, maybe my mind would, again, my mind might change if I somehow became endeared to them, whether I played the game, I trained one of them, or, I did something with it. Because I'm just not looking at it just as it is now. It doesn't do it for me. And the fact that its name is just Vroom, Varoom, and Rivavroom. I don't know. It just doesn't do it for me. I will say it has cute animations. And I think that's something that I'm missing when I look at some of these. And again, I go back to that Subjectively video that Jack did where he was talking about these. It's like seeing them in context, in motion, really helps to sell the designs for these. He really sells the designs. Because the one that really stuck out to me was when he was talking about Clodsire and how there's an animation for when Clodsire attacks where it sticks its ribs out through the holes in its back. And it kind of really sells the fact that this, like, it's a poisonous creature and it can, like, it's kind of gross a little bit, which is kind of cool. So it's like, I feel like I'm missing some of these I'm missing the animations and endearing myself to some of these designs because I'm not seeing them in motion. Yeah, Rivavroom sticks its tongue out of the top part when it attacks. Yeah, I think this is like my parents would be very disappointed in me because they know more about cars than I do because I don't give a shit about cars. Yeah, it sticks it out of it's like a ventilator or something like that. I never knew car stuff. Yeah, me neither. It's like I know enough to like get me by, but I've said before, it's like if I could live without vehicles in my life, I'd gladly take that because it's like I just don't care for the maintenance of vehicles and also driving. I don't know if it's age getting to me, but I just can't stand fucking driving anywhere. It's like if somebody would drive me places, then I would be totally fine with that. It's like I hate getting on the road nowadays. I know it's when it's on fire there's an issue. Yeah, smoke's coming out. Is that a normal thing? Yeah. But I don't know. For now, these two will sit in the neutral category. Because again, I don't like them. No, I don't dislike them, but I'm not too attached to them either. So, neutral is where they'll sit. Cyclizar. Cyclizar gets a like, mainly because I like the idea. It really plays into the whole past and future idea that these games sort of run with, and the fact that red is like in the Roy G. Biv rainbow. Red is at the beginning with prehistory, and then violet is at the end with the future, and green is like right in the middle. And Cyclizar being green kind of plays into that. And also there's like the whole thing with Nemona being like, she's like, her whole deal is that she's got like the green hair strand, so it's like, oh, she's like in the present, a character that's very in the moment. And there are like other characters that have certain colors that sort of differentiate them, one from the other. So yeah, Cyclizar, he's cool. Oh yeah, Orthworm. I don't know where I'm gonna put you. You know what? I'll throw you a bone. And I'm gonna put you in like. It's a goofy ass Pokemon. And it's just a fucking earthworm. But I love the fact that it has legs, and when you attack it, they poke out from the sides, and they're just little balls on sticks, and they wiggle around. I think it's kind of funny. So, Orthworm gets a like. Oh, and then these things. Glimmet and Glamora. I believe these are based off of Goose Barnacles, if I recall correctly. Again, maybe if I saw them in motion, you could sell me on the design. But neutral. It's just neutral. I like the idea of a Goose Barnacle Pokemon. Lileep and Cradily are like sea lilies and barnacles. That's literally what they are. I like them. I have an attachment to them. But I don't know. Something about these two. It's like, meh. Glamora is cool. Very fun to see in Area Zero. Okay. Yeah, I think it would help if I had the animations to really sell me on these. And also if I played the games. But yeah, neutral is where they're at. Greavard. Greavard goes up to the like, because I think the concept is really cute. It's a ghost dog that sucks the life out of you, but it loves you anyways. It's like, you're dangerous to me, bud, but you're still kind of cute though. I would give you head pats at the cost of my own life. Houndstone. Neutral. I feel neutral. I don't know. It's a good step up, but it kind of loses the cutesy like adorableness of Greavard. It's cool though. I do think it's cool. But I don't know. I like Greavard a lot more. Oh boy, Flamigo. Flamigo. Neutral. It's a flamingo. It looks like a boxing glove. It's a flamingo boxing glove. Meh. I remember, I think was the concept art was it concept art that leaked for it, or was it revealed concept art? I can't remember when or if it was just fucking made up. I forget where it came from, but I remember seeing that concept art and going, wow, we really missed out. Because I think, if I remember right, the concept art had a very flashy, very fancy flamingo in it. And to me, I think that fits a flamingo character a lot more than, you know, I don't know. This looks, it's sauceless. It's plain. It's tap sign. It's plain. It's just a flamingo. Oh, a leaked Gen 6 Pokemon. Okay. So it wasn't, okay. So it wasn't Flamigo concept art. Specifically, it was for a Gen 6 Pokemon that they thought about making. Okay. Okay. I'm still leaving this in neutral, though. It was just a Flamingo that almost got in. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna leave Flamigo here in neutral. I don't know. Subject to change, though. Because at the end of the day, I don't know, it's just a flamingo. But I think flamingos are cool. But as it stands, I'm just kind of neutral to it. Neutral to it with a chance to move up. As with a lot of the Gen 9 Pokemon, where it's like, it has a chance to move up. If I, like, found some way to become endeared to it in some way. Oh, Cetoddle. You know what? Cetoddle gets a like. A very, not a low like. It just gets a like. Again, has the issue of like stiff design to me, because it has like these fins that look like hands that just stick out from the sides. And I don't know. This poor creature. It runs around airplaning all the time. It's like that. What a terrible existence. It's like, please return to the sea. Cetitan, though. I think, yeah, Cetitan was like the one that they showed off. And I was like kind of endeared to it. Because I kind of liked it. And also the Arven short where he's getting attacked by a Cetitan and it's like chasing him relentlessly through the mountains. I think that's kind of cool. It's like, hell yeah. It's kind of doofy looking, but when you show me in a situation where it's like, yeah, this thing could be dangerous, then it's like, okay, yeah, you kind of sold me. I quite like Cetitan. I like its origin, its typing, its design, and the concept of a whale running at you is terrifying. Indeed. I wholeheartedly agree. It definitely fits it. Yeah, I'm definitely endeared more to Cetitan than to Cetoddle, though, for sure. Cetitan's neat, so it gets a like, which isn't bad. Oh yeah, and then this thing. What is this thing's name again? Veluza. I like the Veluza's gimmick. I like the Veluza's gimmick. I like this Pokemon's gimmick where it just shoots off its muscle and its meat and it becomes a fish skeleton that can move at like super speed. It's kind of tight. Not gonna lie. You know what? I will give it a like. I'm going to go against the fact that it's like, because this is again, I tap the sign. The designs in this gen just feel super sauceless to me, and they just don't. They're missing the zhuzh that makes them Pokemon to me. But the idea, the fish concept, even behind this one it's just neat. I think it's fascinating, and I always boogie down with a good fish design, and or at least this is. I say good fish design. I don't know. It's a fish, but I don't know. I like the idea of it just being like, I'm just gonna shoot off part of me and make myself even faster. Like, how does an organism like that live? Like, what part of itself can it shed off to like survive? It's crazy. But yeah, I like the idea. Okay, yeah, we're almost down to the end. Man, I'm glad I kind of stuck with this. I'm glad we're gonna wrap this up today. It's good. But real quick, I'm going to run to the bathroom, and then we'll finish this off. So I will be right back. Okay. Let's do this. Starting with Dondozo. We'll get this one a like. This is a good catfish. Definitely, I think, like, the one that falls under the same inspiration for, like, Lord Jaboon from Wind Waker, where it's like big catfish, like, controls the earth or something like that. And I think it's cool. I think it's a cool catfish design. And then you have Tatsuguri, which I forget what the names of the forms are. But these all go into my likes as well. Because I love the concept behind it, where it's like, oh, you have Dondozo, and then you have like a little, like a sushi fish, like controlling them, and their like team up, like affects them in battle or something like that. I think it's pretty tight. That's about it. They're cute. Annihilate goes in my likes. What a fun concept. Uh, Primeape gets so angry it dies, but that not even death can stop it. How crazy and messed up is that? I love it. It's so good. Oh, but then we get to the big boy. This one's going right up to my favorites. Name a more perfect creature. You could not even. This Pokemon was made to be loved. It's got that pool floaty aesthetic. It's the dopiest looking creature imaginable. It's cute. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. It also helps that the trainer that it's like that like has it as their ace is like one of the most beloved like trainer designs in the entire franchise. Whoop. Farigiraf. Farigiraf goes into my likes. I like the fact that Girafarig got an evolution, and the fact that it gets just its tail becomes a hood that can like bite down around its head. I think is kind of funny. And I like the color of orange that it becomes. I think it's very good. So, yeah. I don't know. I like when they take old designs and put like fun spins on them. I think it's really, they can be really neat. Except in this case, fucking the Dunsparce. This goes into neutral straight up. I didn't need an evolution to Dunsparce. Dunsparce in and of itself was just a fine Pokemon design. I know people were clamoring for an evolution or a mega evolution for Dunsparce because it's like it deserves more. It could become a great Pokemon if it evolved. And then they're like, okay, we'll give you an evolution. And it's just, how about we just give it a body segment and put more wings on it? Okay. Cool, I guess. It's fine. It doesn't even get like a type change. It just stays a normal type. Kind of lame, if you ask me. But Dunsparce will forever remain one of my favorites. Love you, Dunsparce. Kingambit. Or Kingambit. Kingambit. You know what? I think it's cool. It can go up in my likes. Sure, why not? Actually, you know what? No. I must stay true to myself. It goes in neutral, but this is neutral positive, not neutral derogatory. But now that I think about it, would the Dunsparce go into the ones I dislike? Actually, yeah, you know what? I feel better about that now. Yeah, Kingambit is cool. It's an evolution of Bisharp. I think it's really cool. Gets like a sword mustache, and the fact that it's like sitting down instead of like taking active command, I think it's kind of cool. It's a fun idea. But now we get into the Paradox Pokemon. Which, if I recall correctly, Paradox Pokemon are... These aren't, like, actual Pokemon that existed, but rather they're like forms of modern Pokemon that are like morphed to be like prehistoric and or futuristic? Is that like, do I have that read correct? Because that was like my understanding is it's like these aren't prehistoric Pokemon that are brought back. These are Pokemon that were created by the like energy field that's in Area Zero. I think that's how it goes, right? I believe it's like imagination given form. Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right to me because that, if I remember right, that's how it was described to me, and that makes that makes sense. Um, so gotta look at the names for these. Great Tusk. Great Tusk gets a like. Because it's a Mastodon version of Donphan, and I think that's neat. Screamtail gets a like. It's Unga Bunga Caveman Jigglypuff. Brute Bonnet. Yeah, gets a like. I like a lot of the prehistoric Paradox Pokemon are probably the ones that I like the most. Because at the very least, they had to change their designs a lot in order to get them to fit. Screamtail. Do I... Screamtail gets a strong like. I like Mischievous. Mischievous is one of my favorites, and the fact that it gets a Paradox form and gets like these cool feelers and stuff hanging off of it, tight. That's a good take on Mischievous. I'm down. Slitherwing. The fact that it's a giant moth, it's too fat and it can't fly. Tight. Always down for that. Fucking Sandy Shocks. You know what? It gets a like too. Purely based on the fact that when you see this thing walking around, it's the goofiest looking thing imaginable. It's so funny watching this thing walk around on its magnet legs. But yeah, I like the prehistoric ones. And then we get to the future Paradox Pokemon. And all these I'm neutral at best. Iron Treads, neutral. It's just robot Donphan. I do like the fact that the treads, it's just one, can wrap around its body because it's just an orb. I think that's kind of neat. This one, yeah. Iron Bundle, I give it a like purely based on the fact that this is just, it's literally just Delibird as a robot, and I like Delibird, so yeah, that's where it goes. Hariyama, it's robot Hariyama or Iron Hands. Iron Jugulus, it's robot Hydreigon. Iron Moth, I'm partial to, because again, it's based off Volcarona, and I like the fact that its wings are like solar panels. I think that's kind of cool. The Iron Thorns, it's robot Tyranitar. Yeah. Anyways. Man, I don't have to scroll that far. This is all we have left. Frigibax, Arctibax, and Baxcalibur. Just gonna keep the neutral train going. I'm not really endeared to like these guys at all. And I'm partial to Godzilla. I think Godzilla's pretty cool. I just, for a kaiju Pokemon, again, sauceless. I feel like Rhydon is, and literally right here, Tyranitar and Rhydon are like better kaiju Pokemon than this guy. Something about this guy just seems like he's missing something. And I love the typing. It's Dragon Ice. I don't know. It just, I don't know. Dragon Ice, make it look like Godzilla. I feel like you could do so much more with that. But it's just a dinosaur. It's just a, yeah. Anyway. Gimmighoul. One of these forms is like one that you don't actually play as. It's this one, right? The one with the coin. This is the one that you see like around the overworld, right? And it's, you don't, when you, if you have a Gimmighoul in your team, it's not this, it's the chest. Is that right? Yeah, okay. So this will just go here. I like Gimmighoul. Gimmighoul gets a like. And it's like, it's a ghost that collects money. And I have a soft spot for Gholdengo. I know he looks like a string cheese man. He's goofy AF. I get it. I like him though. I kind of like him. He's the Silver Surfer string cheese man. String cheese Silver Surfer. He's goofy like that, but I love him. Yeah. That's all I gotta say. Okay, now we're into the legendaries for this gen, if I'm not mistaken. This one is Wo-Chien? Is that right? This one will get a like. I have no other attachments outside of these designs that I'm currently seeing. But it gives me Shadow of the Colossus vibes, and that's enough for me to, give it a little thumbs up. Just stick it right on his forehead. It gives me Shadow of the Colossus, like eco kind of vibes with its design. It looks like a creature that you would see wandering around in like the Forbidden Lands. Chien-Pao, Snow Weasel with sword tusks. You know what? I'll give this one a like. I think the sword tusks are pretty cool. And nice to see a weasel. Or a marmot. Not a marmot. Ferret? There it is. Yeah, weasel ferret thing. Looks cool. Ting-Lu. This one also gets a like. Mainly because it's a deer with like a bowl on its head that very much reminds me, again, Shadow of the Colossus eco kind of vibes with this design, but also the bowl on its head reminds me of the underground areas in Pikmin 2. Specifically the ones that are like metal themed. It kind of reminds me of that. I think it's with the coloring and like the plating on this guy. And it also reminds me of Mario Galaxy. There are planets in Battle Rock and I think Space Junk that are like hemispheres that are like metal, and they have like metal plating around them that are kind of rusted looking. Kind of looks like that. Oops. And then there's Chi Yu. This one gets a like. It's up here. It's a fish, a goldfish that swims through magma. That's pretty cool. So, yeah. Okay, so now we're in... Are we in DLC territory with these ones? Not these two, because these are the legendaries. DLC territory starts with the Suicune like. Is that right? I don't know why these two are set apart from the other Paradox Pokemon. That's so weird. Roaring Moon. That one gets a like, because I like Salamence. I think it's really cool. Turn it into an even more scary creature. Absolutely. Right on. And then Iron Valiant. You know what? It gets a like. Because I like Gardevoir, I like Gallade, and it's like a mix of the two. I think it's kind of neat. Alright, and then we get to Koraidon and Miraidon. Oh, what do I feel about these two? I don't know how I feel. I kind of like... I like Koraidon. I'll give Koraidon a like. I think it's cool, but it's docked points because you don't actually ride on its wheels. It just runs. Fuck it. You know what? Miraidon gets a like too, because this one actually sort of leans into the fact that it's a future robot lizard, and you can ride on its wheels, and it has little jet boosters. Okay. Walking Wake. Walking Wake gets a like. Because they turned the legendary cat dogs into dinosaurs and other prehistoric creatures, and I think that's cool. And the Swords of Justice, Iron Leaves, they just become robots, so they go to neutral. Because they're just robots. Dipplin! As opposed to all these, Dipplin goes up to my favorites. Because it's Applin with a stem. And it makes it look like a cherry. Even though it's just a dipped apple. It looks like a cherry. Also, there's two of them in there. Alright, and then we have Poltergeist and Sinistcha. You know what? These ones get a like. Because it feels like just a natural step up, or step forward, I guess, for Sinistea variants. It's like, yeah, you have tea, now you have matcha tea. Or it's just matcha or whatever. So I was like, yeah, that fits. Like, okay, that tracks. Oh, and then these things. Every time I scroll to look at this list, and I look to see which ones I need to file away for, you know, that I wouldn't count. I'd see these 3 things, and I'm like, what the heck are these guys? You have Okidogi, Monkey Dory, and Pheasantipity. These are going in neutral. I don't care. I'm pretty sure if I saw them in action, I'd be like, oh, these are kind of neat, but I just... meh. Ogerpon. And these are just alternate forms of Ogerpon with different masks. Ogerpon is cute. I get it. It looks neat. It's neutral. Something about its shape overall, it just doesn't do it for me. Fun fact though, one of the stream ideas that I'd want to do is make Pokemon Fusion, do Pokemon Fusion streams. And I went to the random Pokemon generator and I gave it a little test to see what it would spit out. And the 2 it gave me was Kyogre and Ogerpon, and my brain immediately went, Kyogre! And I don't know if I'll actually do that one, but the fact that it gave me those 2 right off the bat is very funny to me. Okay. So this one is missing from my list. I don't know why. This is a form of Ursaluna, right? Is this like a Pokemon you can obtain? Because I know this shows up in the Scarvy DLC. And I think it's one of the Pokemon that the photographer lady has. I think. It was kind of like a legendary in that there's only one. Ah, okay. Yeah, why isn't it? Because I'm on Cerebi and I'm looking at the list of all the Gen 9 Pokemon and it's not there. That's so weird. It had its own signature move too. Oh, interesting. Yeah, because my list goes from Ogerpon to Archaludon. Archaludon? And it skips this one. Well, anyways, it'll go up to my likes because I think it looks cool. Technically a new form for a Gen 8 Mon. Okay. Interesting. And is this an evolution? I think this is an evolution, right? Of Duraludon? Archaludon, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so it's an evolution. Okay. You know what? I'll put it in my likes. It's neat. It's kind of neat. Neat, positive. And then there's Hydrapple, and that goes up to my favorites. Yeah. And the fact that there's like multiple in there, I think it's kind of cool. Hydrapple's rad. Oh, we're almost there. We only have like, what, 8 more to go? Gouging Fire and Raging Bolt. They go up to my likes as well. Because you turned Entei into a Triceratops, and you fucking turned Raikou into a Brachiosaurus. Amazing. And then there's the Swords of Justice that are just robots. They go here. All right. Terapagos. Base form goes to it goes to a like. I think it's cute. And then it's, I think these are just forms that it takes, right? Because these aren't like, would these count as like, okay, yeah. So these, would these count as like, what would these count as like? Are they like mega evolutions, like a form that it takes in battle and then it like goes away, or is this like you give it an item and then it like stays that way? Okay, the first form there is battle mode. The other is like Mega Evo. Okay, so the Mega Evo will just go there. Very pretty though, and I get the whole idea of it being like a world turtle, toy turtle. I like turtles, so I get it. It's kind of cool. And the little the base form is like really cute. It's a cute little turtle. Um, so so it's like when it enters battle mode, is that when you send it out to fight, it like that's like its form. I'm basically asking, should I stick it down here in the bottom, or do I rank it like one of the other forms, like Sawsbuck's season form or the appliance forms for Rotom? That's just what I'm trying to parse. I'd say it's relevant enough to be in the actual ranks. Okay. Okay. Then in that case, based off of that, we'll stick it with the rest of it. It's alike. And this fucking thing that I learned existed from this list alone. A poison peach or something like that. I don't know. It's in the promo art, so okay. Yeah, you got me there. And I guess if it's like a form that it takes in battle and it's like there's no other way to like send it out in its base form, then it's like okay. That tracks, I suppose. Um Pecharunt is based on Momotaro. Momotaro? Should I do I know who that is? Should I know who that is? And the music died again. Yes. Never heard of the boy born from a peach. I think so. I think I might be. I might be getting it confused with, there's one that's like Thumbelina. It's Thumbelina, but Japan. And I think that's what I'm getting it confused with. Old Japanese folktale. Yeah, that tracks. It sounds familiar. And the 3 animals with purple chains are the 3 companions he had. Oh. I see. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Well, nice to have some context behind these Pogies. However, I don't think it will change their ranking. At least for right now. But for now, I've done it. I've ranked all the Pokemon that have been released so far. I don't think this list has been updated with ZA, but I don't think ZA has, like, new Pokemon in it. I'm pretty sure it has most stuff that's already been out. It was actually a flip on Momotaro, where the ogre was the good guy here. Oh. Oh, and that's the thing with Ogerpon. I see. Okay. That tracks. ZA is just Megas. Yeah. Okay. Yep. But we've done it. We did it, lads. At almost 4 hours, we ranked every Pokemon. An undertaking maybe a year or two in the making. But my favorites, we'll just quickly go over them one last time. We have Bulbasaur, Caterpie, Butterfree, Pikachu, Alolan Raichu, Nidoran Female, Nidorina, Nidoqueen, Clefairy, Jigglypuff, Meowth, Growlithe, Arcanine, Poliwag, Poliwhirl, Poliwrath, Haunter, Alolan Exeggutor, Scyther, Electabuzz, Lapras, Eevee, Vaporeon, Porygon, Ammonite, Omastar, Snorlax, Zapdos, Dragonite, Chikorita, Bayleaf, Cyndaquil, Quilava, Typhlosion, Totodile, Croconaw, Feraligatr, Noctowl, Spinarak, Crobat, Chinchou, Lantern, Pichu, Bellossom, Sudowoodo, Politoed, Yanma, Wooper, Galarian, no. Oh my god, I'm blanking on the name of Paldean. Fuck me. Paldean Wooper. Quagsire. It's not Fortress. Pineco. Fuck me. Pineco. Dunsparce. You can tell that these are my favorites. Quillfish. Hisuian Quillfish. Caesar. Heracross. I'm very tired. Remoraid, Octillery, Delibird, excuse me, Mantine, Kingdra, Porygon 2, Smeargle, Elekid, Magby, Raikou, Lugia, Ho-Oh, Trico, Torchic, Blaziken, Mudkip, Poochyena, Zigzagoon, Galarian Zigzagoon, Beautifly, Lotad, Lombre, Tailo, Swallow, Gardevoir, Surskit, Masquerain, Shroomish, Breloom, Ninjask, Shedinja, Nosepass, Plusle, Minun, Roselia, Carvana, Sharpedo, Wailmer, Spinda, Trapinch, Vibrava, Flygon, Cacnea, Cacturn, Seviper, Lunatone, Barboach, Whiscash, Castform, Salamence, Latias, Kyogre, Rayquaza, Deoxys, Turtwig, Piplup, Empoleon, Starly, Roserade, Burmy, Mothim, Wormadam. There we go. Took me a minute. I think I've been sitting in front of a computer for too long. My brain's fried. Baneri. Jeez, man. Baneri, Bonsly, Mime Jr., Chatot, Munchlax, Riolu, Lucario, Skorupi, Carnivine, Mantike, Snover, Krogunk, Abomasnow, Electivire, Magmortar, Leafeon, Porygon Z, Gallade, Rotom, Morotom, Snivy, Frostlass, Conkeldurr, Sawaddle, fuck. Leaveney, Basculin, Maractus, Cofagrigus, Zorua, Zoroark, Reuniclus, Deerling, all forms, Sawsbuck, all forms, Joltik, Galvantula, Tynamo, Electros, Beartic, Larvesta, we are did it. At this point, I just call them all Pikachu and call it a day. This guy, Greninja, Talonflame, Cerebi, help me. Help. Which one am I on? 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Help me. I need to get this right. I have to do my children justice. Not technically my children, but you get what I mean. Electric. Okay. Give me the scroll bar. There we go. What's your name again? I've been here since show 1 and they haven't given me a name. Vivillon, Litleo, Pyroar, Rowlet, Decidueye, Litten, Incineroar, Poplio, Brionne. Oh my god, I'm spacing. I'm spacing. Primarina, Charjabug, Vikavolt, Cutiefly, Ribombee, Rockruff, the Lycanroc, all forms, Wishy-Washy, Schooling Form, Salazzle, Mimikyu, Zeraora, Boltund, Applin, Dumplin, Toxel, Toxtricity, both forms, Grapploct, Grapploct Free Evolve form, Snom, Ice Moth, Marnie, the Freaks, Weirdeer, Basculegion, Overquill, Sprigatito, Sprigatito's older brother, Tandem Mouse, Mousehold, both forms, Charcadet, Toad's Cruel, Wiglet, Wugtrio, Finizen, Clodsire, Diplin, and Hydrapple. My favorite Pokemon. And the rest, I like them. I'm slightly neutral towards. Or just the very few dislikes. Galarian, Mr. Mime, Ambipom, Quilladin, Crabominable, this guy, that one, the Shrew, and why are you here? Okay. We're done. I had fun though. I'm just tired. I've sat. I think this is the longest stream I've done in quite a while. Sitting in front of a computer for about 4 hours doing this. I can't remember the last time I've had a stream go this long. We did it. I am proud of you. Or proud of your. Yeah, I forget how long it's been since I've done a long stream like this. Since I've just been doing 2-hour streams lately. But I think that's a nice way to go about it, because my brain no worky no more. But anyways, we did it. I now have a definitive list of my favorite Pokemon, subject to change. Yeah, it's nice to actually have an actual list. I don't know if I would actually download this to show anybody because this thing is stupid big. I would probably just make a spreadsheet out of this though, and just spreadsheet of my favorites, and that's about it. I don't know, just make a list of my favorites, and that would do. But yeah, glad to check this off the list. We're done, and we're gonna move on to something else. I don't know quite what we're going to do next week. Certainly not going to be this. I'll tell you that much. I think I'm good on doing ranking stuff. I'm all good there. Next week it might be art. It might be hard swinging into doing some art on stream for a while. I know I've said I got games I kind of want to play. You know, like MGS3, Keto Cowboy I mentioned. I also picked up some stuff on the Steam sale recently. A couple games. I need to see if they run first. One of them, I picked up Stars in the Trash, which I think will run. And I have Easy Delivering Company, which I'm pretty sure will not run. But I'm willing to try either of them. Enjoyed being here, Mr. Travelman. Indeed. And it was glad to have some company while I sat here and just talked about Pokemon ad nauseum for 4 hours. So we got the games there, and we got art. So I'm pretty sure next week it'll probably be art, because I kind of have sort of clawed my way out of burnout, and I've been feeling a bit more positive about drawing and stuff like that. So I kind of want to, you know, ride the high for a bit, for as long as I can. So we'll probably do that. We're gonna... Let's see. Hold on. Is Faye... It feels like it's so... It feels so late. Ooh, Faye is... Oh, Faye is streaming. Oh. And so many people that I follow are streaming. Decisions. Okay. Faye's been streaming for about 3 hours. Okay. Alright, Faye's playing Hollow Knight. I think they're still going. So we'll go say hi to Faye. So we'll get the raid started. Okay. And we'll wait for that to tick down. In the meantime, hey, thanks for stopping by and watching. If you're watching the VOD and you came, you watched all the way to the end, hey, thanks so much. I appreciate you. I'm going to try and get out of this intro. Get that back over here. I stream every Saturday, 2 p.m. On Twitch. Yeah. I do art. I do stuff. Thanks for watching. I hope you have a great night and a great weekend. And a great week. Or whatever time it is that you're watching this. Okay, thanks. Bye. Yeah. Same time next week. See ya. Bye. Ay, ay, ay.